welcome to the Whoop-De Wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words to remind everybody we do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk, and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know who's your
hand me the Whoop-De Wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got some money?
You know
We're going to the Whoop-De Wop.
I actually don't.
Okay. Got something to do with things.
Throw some cool
and from a future, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
well, I do know at one point Indiana was like the center of the Klan.
She was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
perfect podcast. It's coming up. It's called United She Stands. I've been thinking about hope merchants, the civic street pushers selling low-grade sedation to an American public that knows that our engine is smoking but desperately wants to be told it's just missed. This morning, I opened an email from someone telling me they are disillusioned with it all. And not 20 minutes later, while grabbing coffee, I was stopped by someone who recognized me and said exactly the same thing. Every morning, in my inbox, in interviews, in conversations with people who stop me in airport terminals and those little purgatories outside lecture halls, that same word keeps showing up. Disillusioned. They're watching a president take whatever he wants and dare anyone to blink, while the professional institutionalists whose job it is to stop him answer with solemn homilies about norms in the next election cycle. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer, and I'm the author of A Resistance History of the United States. I know what they mean. They mean they're exhausted, that they feel rolled, that something they took for solid concrete turned out to be made of smoke and 4th of July bunting. They realize that the country that they were sold in school and on PBS doesn't look anything like the one they actually have to live in now. The problem isn't the people, though. That's not even the word, at least not how they mean it. To be disillusioned isn't a breakdown. It is, well, strictly speaking, to be freed from a lie. The prefix is a kind of a reversal. Illusion comes from the Latin, which I'm not about to pronounce, but it means to play upon, to mock, to make a sport of someone or something. An illusion is a thing that plays you. To be disillusioned is simply the moment the trick stops working and you finally see the magnet holding the coin in midair. And the sensation is usually miserable because nobody likes learning that the public faith they built their life on was never engineered to carry that weight. But that misery isn't a malfunction. How you feel is not a fiction. It's just what a dying belief feels like on its way out the door. What so many of you are actually grieving isn't just the sudden arrival of truth, but the loss of a fiction that spared you from having a look at the machinery. And right now, the market of American civics is flooded with fiction. The lies keep coming fast and cheap, most of them just recycled. The American problems naturally correct themselves over time. That we're so star-spangled great that the courts will just hold on its own, by which people usually mean some judge will save them from having to fight. That our institutions are built to protect us, by which they mean the mediocrities running them will magically turn out to deserve their titles and deference. And that progress is baked into the geography if decent people just vote and wait their turn. None of that means courts and elections don't matter. I mean, they matter immensely. They have just never, not in America, mattered the way the hope merchants need you to believe. The mainstream establishment, mostly on the Democratic side these days, has exactly one product left on the shelf: faith in the system. And they're hawking it hardest at the precise moment a rapacious executive is proving there is absolutely nothing underneath it. They preach it daily. They dress it up as history, and the pitch never, ever changes. The institutions will protect you if you just stay patient, stay polite, and keep writing checks to the people doing the preaching. They sell the courts and the ballot as self-correcting engines whose natural output is justice. Just wait for it. It'll come eventually. But judges rule or they don't, and politicians act or they don't, and which way they go has never been a matter of institutional national conscience. It turns entirely on whether the people on the outside make the status quo more expensive to keep than to abandon. Power does not concede to decency, it concedes to leverage. The alternative is civics sold as a scented candle, one of the great sedatives of American political culture. And what the establishment trains people to call political maturity or something like that is most of the time just obedience dressed up as patience. It's an adult story about the country that turns out to be a bedtime story, just one with citations. Now, losing that belief is not a collapse. It's the hard labor required to see America as it actually is, leaving behind those who still prefer the bedtime story. So when people ask me how to get over disillusionment, my answer is simple, and it's clear.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World Delayed. I was over at Latino for Trumps and lost track of time. Had a great time over there. So it's all on me. But I encourage you to go back and listen to the Latino for Trump stream. It's Let's Talk About It 1212. Highly recommend it, frankly. So you'll have to forgive me. Yes, Bobby, I'm already into the Coors Light. So we'll see how long this goes. But what Ted Sturmer, I understand his point, but the people who believe in the American dream, they're part of America too. And much like I had a substantive conversation, in my opinion, with a quote Christian nationalist, there are things we even agree on occasionally. But we were just on a YouTube panel, but dialogue can be had. And, both sides have to kind of understand that we're all Americans. I think MAGA is particularly bad at that. They want to choose who's real American and who's not. So the onus is on MAGA. They are the problem. The voters who voted for Trump are culpable, if not the outright problem. Personally, I think they are, but there are arguments against it. But they voted for Trump. We voted for Trump if you want to look at America, as a coast to coast nation state. So we need to embrace our brothers who believe in American exceptionalism. America's a pretty good place. It's exceptional in some ways, but not across the board exceptional. It just isn't. No country is.
Don't. Lean into it. Use it. Don't rush to patch it up. And above all, do not go looking for a new illusion just because the old one left you out in the cold. And that's always, always, always the temptation. Find a new storyteller or a candidate who makes America make sense again. A moment that makes the narrative feel inevitable again. A kinder founding or a better class of founders. The forgotten founder that in fact represents what you think today, but imprinted it 250 years ago. Some version where the Republic was always trying, bless its heart, and only managed to misplace several million human beings over generations on its long walk to liberty. Clear sight, though, is the asset you've earned by going through that. Now, it costs you something to get it. It's not fun, but it's worth far more than the comfort it replaced. The question isn't how to feel hopeful again, though. I'm terrible at answering these questions whenever I'm asked, as if hope were a kind of civic vitamin. Historians make terrible hope merchants who are even worse at being fortune tellers. But what you can finally see now that the history is here in front of you, the myth isn't blocking your view anymore. There is a trap here, though. Now, left alone, disillusionment does something. It curdles into cynicism, or at least it can. And cynicism can also feel like clear sight, but it's just a cheaper illusion, and it's a more flattering one, because it allows a person to quit fighting while pretending to be the only adult in the room. The optimist is certain that good people somewhere will deliver the outcome. The cynic is certain that no one can deliver it. And both of them have rigged the game so they don't have to lift a finger. The history of actual resistance isn't kind to either. It doesn't show good outcomes arriving because they were destined, and it certainly doesn't show bad ones prevented because power was total. It shows specific people in specific places deciding what could be moved and then moving it, usually from far worse positions than ours, with far less reasons for confidence, by building raw pressure outside the permitted channels and making certain outcomes too expensive for the men and women in power to pay. They acted not because they were optimistic, quite the opposite, but because they could see exactly what was in front of them: clarity, resolve. The people, though, who most needed American liberty to be real were always the first to know it was a fraud because they didn't learn about it in some monograph or on a Substack somewhere. They learned about it on the auction block, watching their bodies treated as collateral for someone else's Republican virtue. Ona Judge didn't have to become disillusioned with the founders because she knew them personally. And in 1796, she walked out of the president's house in Philadelphia and freed herself from George Washington, a man who routinely rotated the people he enslaved in and out of Pennsylvania to explicitly dodge the state's gradual abolition law. The father of his country knew exactly how to count to 6 months when his property was at stake. And after she ran, Washington used the full reach of his office to try to hunt her down, writing letters and leaning on federal officials, treating a woman's liberty as an administrative inconvenience, and the tools of government as his private repo service. Now, she never went back, and Martha's descendants never freed her. The language of liberty didn't fail because people misunderstood it. It failed because the men who wrote it knew precisely how far they had meant it to go and exactly where they had intended it to stop, then and now. The luxury of the illusion, though, belonged entirely to the comfortable white Americans whose republic wasn't correcting itself on their backs. The ones who could call slavery an unfortunate inheritance to be managed by wise statesmen until time did what time is always hired to do in the American myth. But time does nothing of the sort. People did, by refusing to wait for it. So by 1850, a lot of folks in the North who had made peace with the old bedtime story were forced to watch it rip apart at the seams. Henry Clay's compromise, Daniel Webster's defense of it, they didn't preserve some noble constitutional balance. They announced that the federal government was now prepared to reach into free states and draft ordinary citizens into slavery's enforcement line. The Fugitive Slave Act didn't just tell Northerners that slavery existed somewhere else. It demanded their active cooperation, turned their hometowns into hunting grounds, and criminalized basic human decency. It made plain what distance and rhetoric had hidden, that slavery wasn't a localized Southern glitch that would fade over time, but an American regime baked in there from the start, hardwired, and it expected absolute obedience, no matter where you were on the map. Now, Boston's Black community had far fewer illusions to lose than those comfortable white folks. So many of them had escape chains and knew exactly what a federal marshal and a warrant meant. And they didn't waste time waiting for a better Congress. Lewis Hayden, who'd been enslaved in Kentucky, sheltered William and Ellen Craft after their escape from Georgia and let the authorities know he had lined his floorboards with gunpowder and would blow the entire house to hell before he surrendered them. When federal marshals seized Shadrach Minkins in 1851, Hayden and a crowd didn't write a scathing editorial about institutional failure and then call it resistance. They walked into the federal courthouse, took Minkins from the marshals by force, and put him on a train to Canada. And Theodore Parker, a minister who had tried the petitions, the speeches, the elections, and the whole cabinet of polite reform, finally realized what those were worth when the other side owned the locks. He didn't become a cynic. He became useful, sitting on vigilance committees, hiding fugitives, and within a few years, helping John Brown buy rifles. They didn't win every round. They couldn't save Thomas Sims, and in 1854, the Franklin Pierce administration marched Anthony Burns through the streets of Boston, packed with Bostonians, and buildings draped in black, deploying federal troops and spending a minor fortune, not just to return one man to chains, but to prove that the state could do whatever it pleased whenever it pleased it. Boston watched and learned the exact opposite of the lesson it was intended to make. Men who had wanted the compromise to hold, who had trusted Daniel Webster and mistaken their own cowardice for wisdom, saw what the system actually required once it was stripped of the speeches of the posts. As one of them put it, it's one of my favorite lines. Men went to bed one night cold, old-fashioned, conservative, compromise Union Whigs and waked up stark, mad abolitionists. That conversion fed the coalition that became the Republican Party, which eventually fed the war that broke in the enslavers' power. None of which to say the disillusionment did the work. Disillusionment doesn't organize a committee. It doesn't hide a fugitive. It doesn't raise money. And it doesn't break a man out of federal custody. It is not itself action. But it makes action possible. Because as long as those comfortable, compromised Northerners believed Daniel Webster had the situation handled, they had no reason to lift a finger. And their own passivity could pass for faith. The Fugitive Slave Act stripped them of that convenience. And that's the real utility of clear sight, I think. It removes the alibi for doing nothing. So when people tell me they're disillusioned, I don't hear a tragedy. I hear what's usually the first honest sentence they have spoken about this country in years. I hear the hope merchant's product finally failing to take. Webster and Clay were the respectable men of 1850, telling the North the system would manage the crisis if everyone just stayed calm. The people preaching for patience today are doing the exact same work for the exact same reason, asking you to keep faith in a process while an executive shows you there is no floor under it. Losing that faith does now what it did then. It takes away your alibi for waiting. The work that comes next is far less dramatic than despair and far more demanding than hope. It's always something smaller than people want it to be. It isn't save democracy, which allows everyone to feel noble while staying pleasantly vague about what they're doing on Tuesday. It's the one specific thing in front of you that you can actually move, the official you can pressure, the organization you can fund, the lie you can refuse to repeat. It's Sarah George in Vermont. The people who made resistance history didn't require a country worthy of their efforts before they made the effort. No one is coming to make ours worthy first. The task isn't to give anyone their illusion back, but to keep them from buying a new one. Because whatever comes next is smaller, grittier, and more ordinary than the despair makes it look. And there was never going to be anyone else to do it anyway. I'm coming to you soon for the book tour. Come see me. Let's have this talk in person. Allons-y.
All right. Well, there's several problems with this, but I'm not going to get into detail now. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Everyone, please. If you are new to this channel, please subscribe. It is an acquired taste, according to opinion polls that I send out once a week. I'm lying about that. Like it or not, this is the show. This is the host. This is Stanley versus the world. Hopefully you like it. Now someone who does not like it. Our old friend, but not yet enemy. And she is hilarious, but It's My Time has released a short that just came to my attention. I assume it's today. So she is using Glorilla, but it's called let me show it to you. It's called Stanley Crossdresser. Now We Understand Teen something or another. She's accused me of all kinds of things. Just because she's mad at me because I called her crazy. And I think I can back up that argument. But we have a new enemy, folks. So let's watch this short.
You are now.
So
You are now.
So that's the best she could do?
You are now.
I don't even understand what that means, but it says something like Stanley Crossdresser. Now we understand teen ... No idea what that means. But that's what she's done. And guess what? Not worth my time. It's my time. It's not my time to consider your time. It's your time. Do better. Do better, woman. Not even close to interesting as far as a criticism, or just do better. Hope you're feeling okay. I can't believe she took the time to post that. All right. Well, let's move on to news. So Trump orders banks to take closer look at client citizenship in immigration move. Going to court. Sorry. You can't force banks to do that from the wannabe unitary executive. Not going to happen. Russia and China condemn U.S. over indictment of former Cuban leader. This is problematic. Trump wants to beat Cuba while it's down and capture a 94-year-old. Trump is a warrior. The warrior ethos is to capture a 94-year-old in a country that is out of oil. Heroism. Trump is a failure as commander-in-chief. If Trump and Hegseth went and personally captured Raul Castro by themselves, I might consider them heroes. Otherwise, it's a bitch move. So Republicans balk at Trump fund. Finally, they might be figuring out Trump is a grifter. GOP senators were exploring using their immigration bill to fence off a fund that the president wants to tap to pay people who claim government mistreatment. Yeah, good luck with that. All Trump is going to do is treat you like he did Thomas Massey and Bill Cassidy. He'll primary you. He will target you individually, then you will pussy out. That is the Republicans in the Senate and most of the House of Representatives. Prove me wrong. So let's see. This is Washington Examiner. Trump's revenge tour could diminish congressional report for his agenda. Will it? I disagree with that.
Trump's revenge tour could hurt his agenda in Congress.
And there will be
By
a
Haley
commercial,
Bullies, Lauren
unfortunately.
Green, Mabanti Kwarshi, and Ramsey
What's up,
Tutchery.
Frost?
Close your eyes. Focus. Listen to work getting done with Monday.com. Relax as AI does the manual work, while your teams are aligned on a single source of truth. Feel the sensation of an AI work platform, so flexible and intuitive, it feels like it was built just for you. Notice you're limitless. Now open your eyes, go to Monday.com, start for free, and finally, breathe.
President Donald Trump has increasingly succeeded in pushing out Republican members of Congress who have rejected his authority over the GOP. But the victories risk complicating his remaining legislative agenda ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican from Louisiana, lost his re-election bid last week to a Trump-backed challenger in Louisiana. Representative Thomas Massey, Republican from Kentucky, was defeated in a GOP primary by Trump-backed Ed Gallery on Tuesday in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. Senator John Cornyn, Republican from Texas, is likely to lose the primary runoff against Texas State Attorney General Ken Paxton on May 26. Trump backed Paxton on Tuesday over disagreements with Senate GOP leadership. The losses could create headaches for Republican leaders navigating razor-thin majorities in Congress. Outgoing lawmakers no longer facing voters have less incentive to align with the White House, potentially threatening GOP efforts to show voters they can govern ahead of a difficult midterm election. Still, Trump brushed aside those concerns Wednesday before delivering a commencement address at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy in Connecticut. "They will be all right with it. They want to win. I know how to win," he said. "Some of them do not know how to win. I know how to win. I think I have proven that, have not I?" But with over 7 months remaining before the next Congress is sworn in, defeated or retiring Republicans still have leverage. Fresh off his defeat, Cassidy joined Senators Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, Susan Collins, Republican from Maine, and Lisa Murkowski, Republican from Alaska, on Tuesday in voting for a Democratic-led measure restricting Trump's ability to wage war with Iran. Cassidy also came out against including $1 billion for Secret Service security in the GOP's party line immigration bill because of concerns over Trump's White House ballroom. Retiring Senator Tom Tillis, Republican from North Carolina, has also reportedly raised concerns about the funding, with Republicans holding just a 53-47 Senate majority. Even a handful of defections could complicate Trump's agenda. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican from South Dakota, tried to strike a diplomatic.
Let me just do this or say this. Trump wins, he'll primary them. Trump is a problem, but he's a symptom as well. The problem is with MAGA voters. If you are a voter and you voted for Trump, I can forgive you for 2016, 2020, or 2024. You are a problem. And that includes even the people I consider friends. You're the problem. So let's move on. Republicans balk at Trump fund. We just, oh my Lord, they're balking at Trump fund. Yeah, whatever. They can't beat Trump. Trump is their king. Trump is ahead of their life. They're a bunch of Mike 123s, these Trump voters. Trump is ahead of my life. More than 40 U.S. military aircraft lost or damaged in $29 billion Iran war. The aircraft, I don't know, is it a part of the 29 billion? Maybe that's the 4 billion over the 25 billion. Not sure, but let's listen.
More than 40 U.S. military aircraft have been lost or damaged since the start of the war with Iran, a congressional report has revealed. Operation Epic Fury has led to the destruction of 42 aircraft, including F-15 fighter jets and F-35 Lightning II aircraft, drones, and HH-60W Jolly Green II combat search and rescue helicopter due to incidents including friendly fire and combat operations. The F-35A Lightning II alone is worth around $110 million, according to the Center for Arms Control and Nonproliferation. A single F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jet estimated to cost around $30 million when purchased in 1998 is now worth between $65 million and $70 million when adjusted for inflation. 4 have been destroyed in the conflict so far, including 3 shot down by friendly fire over Kuwait on March 2nd in a widely reported incident. A 4th was shot down during combat operations in Iran on April 5th, meaning that the cost of those incidents could be almost $300 million. Among the other incidents recorded in the report are the crash of 7 KC-135 Stratotanker aerial refueling aircraft over friendly airspace, which could cost around $1.8 billion to replace based on U.S. Air Force budget estimates for previous replacement purchases. One of the aircraft crashed in Iraq, killing all 6 aircrew on board, while a second made an emergency landing at an undisclosed location on March 12th. The report noted that the Pentagon had revised its estimates for repair and replacement costs from $25 billion to $29 billion over the same period. In total, the 42 planes include 4 F-15E Strike Eagle fighter jets, 1 F-35A Lightning II stealth fighter, 1 A-10 Thunderbolt II attack aircraft, 7 KC-135 Stratotanker refueling aircraft, 1 E-3 Sentry AWACS surveillance aircraft, 2 MC-130J Commando II aircraft, 1 HH-60W Jolly Green II rescue helicopter, 24 MQ-9 Reaper drones, and 1 MQ-4C Triton surveillance drone. The cost of replacing the aircraft are estimated to be around $7 billion, but valuations of the planes, some now out of production, and their potential replacements vary widely. The congressional report is based on statements made by the U.S. Department of Defense, Central Command, and incidents captured in news reports. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi mocked the U.S. over the report. Months after initiation of war on Iran, U.S. Congress acknowledges loss of dozens of aircraft worth billions. Our powerful armed forces are confirmed as first to strike down a touted F-35. President Donald Trump launched strikes on Iran on February 28, killing Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and sparking region-wide unrest and an Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. While Trump has presented the conflict as a successful one, emerging reports indicate that the U.S. has suffered more extensive damage and losses on the battlefield than expected. The congressional report also cites a number of potential issues as a result of the destruction, including budgetary impacts. Reported losses may provide insights into the survivability of U.S. aircraft in contested.
Okay, survivability isn't actually the issue. It's what they are sent to do. The military is an incredibly dangerous place to be. Even people die in training accidents, for God's sake, every year. Those are largely kept out of the main press, but if you go to like the Navy Times, Army Times, you know, each branch has their newspaper, the Times. But we know this. When you sign up, like shit, I knew the shit was dangerous. Dude, I actually had a one time, I'm like, fuck, if I slip off this door, I'm at a minimum, I'm gonna be injured badly. But I my life didn't flash before my eyes because you know I was young and I could hold on to a door and figure out how to swing it back closed. But I'm 3 or 4 containers up in the cargo hold of a, cargo ship, and I was stupid enough, and my chief was like, "Sir, really?" So, one of these times, I'm like, "Yeah, but, you know, I gotta know what our people are doing down in those cargo holds and stuff work." So, you know, uh, the boarding teams, this is, summer of 1992. So the boarding teams in the Red Sea, blockading, in support of, you know, the Iranian, you know, the sanctions against, I'm sorry, Iranian, the sanctions were against Iraq and Saddam Hussein specifically. So, yeah, you know what? Hey, come on, chief. You know, I wouldn't be a good officer if I don't know what, you know, the guys are going through. So I go in and I was dumb fucker. I was like 23. So I decided to climb 3, you know, we would just randomly inspect containers in a cargo hold. So I just decided, hell, I'm just going to climb up 3 or 4 containers and that's roughly 4 stories. 3, you know, a container is roughly a story high, like on a high-rise building. So I climb 4 stories up. I crack open the seal on the container, and it just happened to be a container full of like small boulders. Like sometimes you will, you know, rich people will import like stones from Italy, like marble, you know, that sort of thing. So it was a container literally full of motherfucking rocks. So I opened that goddamn door, and dude, thank God it wasn't like floor to ceiling. I had to swing the container door wide because shit, it's a bunch of goddamn rocks, and if you've ever been in front of a like a shipping container, when you open the door, both it's a two-door thing and they open to the outside. And when you open it, generally you're in the center. And if you're a little below, if you got rocks falling, you're gonna get hit by the rocks. I was about mid-level. And god damn it, I you know, when I opened it, the rocks pushed the doors open. So I had to basically swing my legs trying to get the door close to a point to where I could, grab and climb my way down. Dude, I'm like, dude, if I'd been 2 containers up, oh, definitely 1 container up, I'd have just jumped to, the floor. But the problem is the deck of the ship had a bunch of rocks. So if I fall, I will fall on top of a bunch of rocks and then, the impact. So I never did it again after that. It's like, oh fuck, I know enough. But it could have been dangerous, and who knew? So anyway, it's not even that big a story. It's not even, it wasn't super dangerous, but death could occur if you drop from 4 stories up. At a minimum, it's 3 stories, and then I'm going to land on boulders, small boulders. Dude, I'm probably at a minimum, I'm going to break every goddamn bone in my body. So the bottom line is the military is incredibly dangerous, and it can come at any time. You have to make good decisions. Sometimes you make life and death decisions, and sometimes that life is the own you're going to save. So what's up, 12th man? It's a silly story, but it did. I was concerned, if not outright scared, like, oh shit, what do I do? If I let go, that's going to be a problem. How do I get this door back closed so I can fucking climb down? It took a couple minutes to swing that door closed. And motherfucker, I'm swinging by one arm. That was the other thing. It was like a playground swing. I'm swinging my legs trying to get the door closed so I can grab a hold of something and climb down. And I'm 4 stories up. And oh, by the way, I have a fear of heights. I have fucking climbed up there. I don't know. So sorry about that. But it's old times. I'm an old man. I reminisce, and I got a ton of sea stories.
Why did the Navy need a container full of rocks like that?
It didn't. We were boarding ships. What they're doing in the Straits of Hormuz, blockading Iranian ports, the Navy did back in 1992, right after the first Desert Storm. In the Red Sea, they blockaded the Straits of Eilat. Now, Israel has a port in Eilat, but so does, I think it's Jordan. So you could go overland from Jordan to Iraq with weapons and stuff. So we were inspecting ships for contraband, weapons, etc. So the Navy and Australians were there. It was a NATO venture. But yeah, we would board ships because I have a fear of heights. So climbing up the side of a container ship is problematic for fear of heights. But I'm an officer.
I see what's going on.
So I get up on a container ship. I go down into the cargo holds. I don't know if you've ever been on like a good sized container ship. It's fucking huge.
No, I've seen them up close though.
Yeah, it's like football fields long. But let me tell you, the ultimate insult is it was a German ship. Actually, it was a different ship. So I'm not going to tell the story, but I have an even better story, and it wasn't life-defying, but it was thoroughly embarrassing. I'll save that sea story. So how you been? I'm sorry I was late, by the way. I was on Latino's show, which I highly recommend. I got to having a good time and a couple beers and just thoroughly enjoyed it. Latino's show is real pleasant to be on.
Well, it's not like you're on the clock on YouTube, Stanley. So,
well, I do hate to be late. Now, what I should have done is simulcast it, like ask Latino if I can stream that to this channel.
Right.
So next time I'll
Or
have to
vice
think of doing
versa.
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about going live more, but like I said, my channel's more like a documentary. If anyone ever wants to, in my family wants to look up my dumbass to see some of the things I was doing in my life, that's what it's for. It's not really for likes and subscribes and all that. But hey, people are welcome to subscribe if they want, you know?
Right. Hey, Ola, look, every young man should have to make life decisions, like life or death decisions. Look, it formed me. The one thing, if there was only one lesson that I learned, and I was only in the Navy for like 5.5 years. There's no such thing as can't. There are indeed things that you can't do, but can't is an overused word. I can't make an A on this test. I can't learn how to drive a stick shift. I can't. Are you sure you can't? Or you just don't want to, or you don't want to put in the effort? So, can't is an overused word, especially
Can't means you
with
didn't
kids.
try. Can't means
Sometimes
you
you
didn't
try.
try.
Sometimes you try and you just didn't put in the right effort. So I won't go that far, but can't is an overused word. Most times you can,
Yeah,
you
I
might just
agree.
have to think about it or learn something new. Obstacles are to be overcome. Some can't be. That is
A lot of
true.
a lot of times can't just means I don't want to.
Right. So, groceries just had the biggest price hike in years. It's about to get even worse. Experts warn. And it's all because of Trump. Trump is ahead of my grocery bill.
Next are federal inflation data confirms what you may have been feeling already. Groceries are getting more expensive. Unfortunately, things may be about to get a whole lot worse. Economists are warning. The price of groceries rose 2.9% in April compared to the same month a year earlier, according to government figures released in May. That was the highest year over year inflation rate for the category since August 2023. When compared to the same time last year, fruits and vegetables have seen some of the biggest price hikes. Tomatoes are 40% more expensive now than they were this time last year. Bad growing weather, tariffs, and rising
40%?
fuel prices have
Oh, I
all
don't know
contributed
about
to the
that.
huge change in tomato prices, reports the New York Times. Coffee, another imported product, is 19% more expensive than it was last spring. You're also likely seeing inflated prices at the butcher counter. Meat is up
Oh, wow.
9% overall.
Well, let me tell you something about coffee and bananas. Trump forgot because he's a rich man and doesn't actually do his own grocery shopping. Dude, there was a tariff on coffee and bananas. And he had to do carve outs to not tax coffee and bananas. The fuck, dude, his administration is pathetic when it actually comes to knowing what is happening on the ground. That's why I think MAGA is not even remotely populist. They don't give a fuck. They don't do their own grocery shopping.
But beef has grown even more expensive. Ground beef is about 15% pricier, beef roasts are 18% more, and steak is up 16%. What's contributing to the price spikes? Fuel prices have soared while the Iran war prevents cargo ships from passing through the Strait of Hormuz, a vital corridor for global oil supplies. Diesel fuel powers fishing boats, tractors, and the trucks that ship 83% of U.S. agricultural products. At least 25 Trader Joe's stores expected to open this year. Here's where. Just as you're paying more at the pump, so are truckers who transport goods all around the country. Some vendors and suppliers are adding fuel surcharges to make up for the increased cost of transporting and delivering their goods. Weather is also to blame in some cases. Dry weather in the West is making things harder for cattle ranchers, therefore driving up beef prices. Global drought is affecting coffee production. Bad news may soon get worse, experts warn. The full impact of rising energy costs on food likely has not hit retail grocery prices yet in the US, according to Purdue University economists Ken Foster and Bernhard Dahlheimer. Higher costs to produce, process, store, and transport food can take 3 to 6 months to show up on supermarket shelves, where prices typically fall slowly once increased, they said. Most of what we're seeing now in the food price chain probably predates the conflict, Foster, a professor of agricultural economics, said. We're cautiously waiting to see what the June numbers and the May numbers might show as they come out in terms of the extent to which energy shocks in the Strait of Hormuz and shipping blockades and so forth are going to impact food prices. The big story right now is oil. The next story is food. Economist Justin Wolfers agreed in an interview with MS Now. You see fuel prices rise. That's the rock hitting the pond. And then the ripples are that jet fuel prices rise and air fuel prices rise. And then the price of trucking your groceries to the grocery store rises. That's the full set of ripples out of this, Wolfers explained in another segment on the network. If fuel prices remain high, we could see more issues seep down the supply chain, Foster said. Fertilizer could be more expensive, for example, since about 30% of the world's supply of fertilizer moves through the strait. That would make growing food more expensive for farmers, and those costs would eventually get
No
passed on to the
shit.
consumer. If you're looking for a silver lining in these tough economic times, check out the egg aisle. Eggs are 39% cheaper than they were this time last year, thanks to some normalization following last year's avian flu crisis. The Associated Press contributed to this report. Copyright 2026 Nexstar Media Incorporated. All rights reserved. This material may not be published, broadcast, rewritten, or redistributed. For the latest news, weather, sports, and streaming video,
Wait,
head
what
to
did
the
that
Hill.
say? It can't be distributed. Oh shit. Is that gonna be a copyright strike? Uh-oh. Motherfucker. Let's see here.
You hate that shit.
Published, broadcast, rewritten, or distributed. Well, guess what? Let's see that copyright. Because MSN just rebroadcast it. So anyway, they probably have an agreement, but I'm unbothered. I've won. It actually wasn't a strike. It was kind of like hey, there's a copyright issue here, and I disputed it. It's like, this is American history. It was Jesse Jackson's 84, whenever he ran for ran for the nomination. And
That should be public information.
well, I'll win this one. It's news. You can't do that.
Yeah.
So I'm unconcerned. And it wasn't an actual strike. It was, kind of like a warning.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been doing long YouTube hours, Dirty. I understand. I promise I'm going to do it. By the way, let me thank you, 12th Man, in person while you're here, because I'm old and I'll forget. And I'm into the Coors Light. But this Saturday's show is sponsored by Lupin Reigang and 12th Man. So thank you, sir. I appreciate the support.
You're welcome. Hey, I just wanted to say that I was just at the grocery store and I haven't noticed much price increases. So I wonder how much is hype and propaganda
Well,
and how
Alaska
much is
tends to
real.
be fairly expensive anyway, right?
Yeah. I mean, bananas are still 99 cents a pound. Coffee is still
but
more or
like
less
down in Georgia,
10
dude, I
bucks
can
a
remember
pound.
when. Okay, let me look it up, because I actually do have to do some. I have to. My son's here, so I have to order
Nice.
groceries.
Yeah, boys gotta eat.
Oh, dude. Well, it's gonna be even better than this. Like I said, hey, you know what? Just text me anything you want me to get from the grocery store. Because he sent me some things, and I was like, motherfucker.
If I
So,
was your son, I'd have you out on that smoker, Stanley.
you know what? He knows how to do it himself. So this
Okay.
motherfucker has ordered, let's see,
I'm lazy though.
12. So he's ordered about probably $40 worth of stuff. Junk food. He wants Pop Tarts, like instant oatmeal,
Oh,
some
geez.
sugar water bullshit that calls itself water. He wants Nongshim Shen Ramyun spicy beef ramen noodle.
Jesus.
He wants motherfucking hot pockets and fresh strawberries.
I'm
Like
sure you
motherfucker,
raised them on better food than
I
that,
got
Stanley.
oh my god. I like the hot pockets. I've got flour. You can make hot pockets like for half the price. But you know what? I asked him to add to the grocery list. I told him that I get the right of refusal. Not right of refusal, but I get to like not buy shit if I don't think you need it. But dude,
Yeah.
what are you eating? The strawberries are at least a fruit. Motherfucking hot pockets, that's an abomination. If I got a goddamn bag of flour and some meat and some cheese, you can make a motherfucking hot pocket. You just have to put some work. Shit, you can make a Pop-Tart. It's not that hard. And the you know what the worst thing is? He knows how to do it. If you've ever made like a pie from scratch, and he has actually made a pie, crust included, from scratch. Motherfucker, you're just lazy. But I'm not going to. This is between me and you, 12th man. My son does not listen to the show, so he might not
Are you
know
sure
that
about
he
that?
might not know that I'm calling him lazy. Motherfucker.
I thought you told me you did
Don't
bake or
tell it.
cook
Don't
some
tell him I'm
stuff one
talking about
time.
him. Oh
I
my
think you said
god.
one
No,
time before that he was cooking
dirty
or
dude.
baking something.
Dirty dude. You can literally it's like a fucking stromboli. It's just meat and dough. It's not hard to make a hot pocket. Seriously. If you can make a pie from scratch, you can make a hot pot. And he's made strombolis from scratch. Anyway, I'm just hey, I'm glad he's home. He's been fishing, he's been relaxing.
Hell yeah.
He's taking a motherfucking physics course this summer. And I'm
Oh
like,
wow.
well, no. Funny thing about these engineering schools, there are washout courses. Like they have their own way of teaching calculus and uh, apparently physics, like physics 101, but it's calculus based. They don't do algebra based. Which to me, calculus is easier than algebra. For some reason. But
I used to be
I
really good at math, probably not so much anymore.
well, the funny thing about math is you can get a feel for it. But anyway, bottom line is it's a washout course. He decided to take it. As a matter of fact, he talked to me about what he was going to do. So it's all good. Shit, motherfucker is in an engineering school. There's MIT,
Yeah.
there's Caltech, and there's Georgia Tech. And sorry, I don't think he could have gotten into MIT. He's good at
Big
math,
ups
but
to
he's not
him.
MIT good. He's not Caltech good, but he's Georgia Tech good. And hey, if you're third best in the country, you're world class. So I'm
He's gonna,
goddamn proud of him.
he's gonna go a long way, Stanley, in life.
He probably
Gonna go a
won't.
long way.
I think he should have gone to the Naval
Well, if he's
Academy.
that smart, he will.
The Naval Academy is an engineering school, by the way.
Yeah, I guess he didn't want to do that though.
Yeah, and I suspect it's because his daddy was in the Navy.
Mm,
These young bucks always want to do something different.
that's
Hey,
probably a
Mariah,
long
good to see you.
story in itself.
Oh my goodness, it is Cam. Salute. I'm the same old Stanley Cam, but it's been good talking to you in Latino's channel. So salute to you, sir. Good to see you. Let's see. What does Bobby have to say? You was calling that elderly lady all time. Oh, no. Bobby, I regret none of what I said. You don't accuse a man of the things she accused me of. I got into that kind of language after I heard what she had to say. I have no regrets. I don't care about your criticism or anyone else's. Dude, you lie about me, I'm gonna go scorched earth. I will hurt you. Now, within legal means, of course. She's not that smart. So, and I don't hold grudges, but she can never be forgiven for what she's claiming. She will never be in my good graces again. I win, she will lose. And CM, he's problematic too, but I'm not done kicking his ass. They're mentally weak. I crush people like them. So anyway, Anton, good to see you. So anyway, let's move on from this grocery prices.
Notice you're getting a lot more viewers, Stanley. That's good, huh?
Maybe not.
Couple of months ago, you were like 10, maybe 12. Now you get up to 20, 25.
I'm actually I went down, but I tend to be a little bit more focused on news and, the tide rolls in, the tide rolls out. The thing is my subscriber count is going up. So I don't depend on it for income. So it's not an imperative.
Right.
I can do what I want to do. And that's the most important thing. I can talk about what I want to talk about when I want to talk about it. And to me, that's very important. I wish I could have 1 million subscribers, but I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a little bit of a.
I'm glad you don't.
Yeah, I'm just. And the thing is if Cam or Anton, dude,
have a big old full panel where no one can talk and everyone's talking over each other all the time.
I'm a horrible panelist. That's why I don't go on panels, because I'll take it over. But Latino, the one thing that actually impressed me about Latino is he just kind of let it go. And Doug Ehrlich, Josh and I got into, it was a vibe. Like, it was a vibe. Dude, I haven't had that kind of fun in weeks. I just felt comfortable there. We kind of understood the history, American history. We kind of understood the culture. I was having fun. So it's fun just to kind of talk with someone who is like there, understands. Josh, don't let that motherfucker be be humble. He's pretty knowledgeable. So anyone who can be an FSO, foreign service officer, I've taken the test and I did not pass it. I don't know why, but not particularly worried about it. But it's a tough test. It is tough to get into. There are people like Paul Theroux who somehow or another, being a foreign service officer, it's probably in some ways it is probably harder than being in the military. So CIA the
Wonder
same
what
way.
does that involve,
Now I
Stanley?
passed the FBI test. But
What does that involve, being a foreign service officer?
languages, you gotta speaking multiple languages it's a deep thinking. You have to understand communication at a fundamental level. Now, romance languages, which would be kind of my specialty, because Latin is the root, in my opinion, but there's some other roots, but Latin's the major one.
You
I
could speak Latin.
No one speaks Latin really except the Pope. No, and a few cardinals. But yeah, dude, I took high school Latin. I took college Latin. That's how much I loved it.
Oh,
Dude, if I'd come from a rich family, I would have been a classics professor. That really, I would love Greek and Latin in the history around it. Dude, if I thought I could raise a family on a classics professor's salary, I'd have done it. Dude, I love that shit. Now, I like romance languages in general. Like I had a professor, my high school Latin professor also taught German. He knew Spanish real well. He knew Russian real well. And the dude just had a facility for languages. Now, the Russian part, I don't get. He also spoke German. But my point is, I had a professor who taught a neighbor of mine in the dorms Chinese. He spoke fluent Korean. Now he was Chinese. You know, he was raised by Chinese parents. He spoke it, so he was making a decent salary. You know, I think his major was comparative lit, but he knew the Oriental. Back then, it was Oriental languages. So he wound up going from professor at University of Georgia to like a very six-figure salary, working for some he wasn't working for the UN, but he basically, I think it was a PR firm or something. Because he knew romance languages and he also knew Korean and Chinese. So this motherfucker's making a big ass salary. And he was also pretty funny. He was a smart guy. So anyway, I'm going way off this news topic, but that's fine.
I was pretty fluent in Spanish, but I haven't lived in Texas so long. It's kind of like math, Stanley. If you don't practice it, then you lose your edge.
Right.
But once you get back into it, then it's easy to get back. Be good at
Math
it again.
to me is like a language. It's the language of science, supposedly.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
a
disagree.
language
And
of
you
its
do have to
own. I guess
practice
you
it.
could say that.
But there's some people who are kind of just math oriented by instinct. But I agree with that statement. So I'm going to jump ahead in the news. Maybe some of these news stories I'll save for tomorrow. This is an interesting story. Man thrown in jail for 37 days over Charlie Kirk post wins $835,000 settlement. So how could I possibly
I'd say good for him.
play this? Yeah,
That's
well,
getting
Trump. Okay,
That's
bottom
good.
line is Trump overstepped his authority with this Charlie Kirk bullshit. So let's listen to it.
A retired Tennessee police officer was awarded hundreds of thousands of dollars after spending more than a month behind bars. It was all over a meme he posted about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Chanel Call live in our newsroom in New York. Chanel, what led to the officer's arrest?
Right. So Larry Buschert is a 61-year-old retired police officer, Mugo. He posted some controversial memes on Facebook in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, some jokes about Charlie Kirk's killing. He refused to take them down. And then back in September, he was arrested. Now, I should note that while there were people across the country who similarly may have posted some controversial things about Charlie Kirk's killing in the wake of that murder, and many of them, by the way, did face consequences, including losing their jobs, this case was different and rare. Buschert spent 37 days in jail facing felony charges, and he says in an affidavit that during that time, he lost his post-retirement job. He says he missed his wedding anniversary, and he says he missed the birth of a grandchild. Then in October, 37 days later, he was released. After he was out in December, he decided to file a federal lawsuit against Perry County. And today, Mugo, he won an $835,000 settlement. So his reaction to this in a statement, he says, quote, "I am pleased my First Amendment rights have been vindicated. The people's freedom to participate in civil discourse is crucial to a healthy democracy. I am looking forward to moving on and spending time with my family." Back to you.
Chanel, thank you so much.
Excellent.
Stanley,
Good for
can you
him.
pause it?
Well,
What did
it's
he
ended.
post? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Well, what did he post
I don't know.
exactly?
Whoa. Does it matter what he posted?
Well, I'd like to know.
Well, the link is in the hold on one second here.
Yeah, I'll ask what was
Hold
his-
on. No.
A
I
retired
will
Tennessee
post.
police
Oh,
officer
shoot.
was awarded
I will
hundreds
post the link in the back for thou shalt know.
I want to know what the officer posted
Why would it matter?
because it matters. Like,
hundreds of
I don't
thousands.
think. I actually don't think it does. A jury made rendered a decision, but I will put this in the back for you. In the
no, it's okay.
back-
I already heard it.
No.
Just played it.
I will be most interested in your reaction once. Now it doesn't
No,
say what he
I-
posted, but you could probably do the research behind it.
yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll look up his name and I can ask the robot what he actually posted. He'll know.
Mhm.
But
Absolutely. You can.
actually, I'm glad he won this because, like, once you're able to persecute someone just for saying stuff or posting stuff, then we get like the UK just for locking people up for saying something online, unless
Now
it
you
was
do
a direct.
realize you're making a criticism of MAGA, right?
Let me finish because that's what they're doing over there in the UK.
Okay, I don't.
Like, just
I don't care
locking
what. I
people up for saying
honestly
stuff.
don't. I do not care what they're doing in the UK. I'm an American. Why would I care?
That's what they're trying to make this like. Evidently.
Understood. No, who is they? Who is trying to make America like Britain?
I think both sides do it.
Okay. I don't think either side does it, to be honest. To be bipartisan, I don't think the Republicans nor the Democrats are trying to make these United States like Britain. Or the UK, my bad.
Well, trying to persecute someone just because they
So
said something
trying to
to somebody
persecute
online.
trying to persecute someone online is making the US like Britain?
Yeah, because they lock people up for what they say online.
Okay,
Against transgender or anything.
apparently You know, we're trying to not be the worst United States. We are not like Britain. We broke away quite some time ago. No, we're not trying
Well,
to
that's
make
what
the
this
United.
was about.
We
Is
are
what
not.
this
No,
guy said
no,
online.
no, 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 no. We are not trying to make ourselves like the UK. We're trying to be our best selves.
That's what MAGA tried to do to this officer because of something
No,
he
I don't
said
think
online.
even as much criticism as I have of MAGA, I honestly don't think Trump is trying to make the United States like the UK.
Well, evidently, a lot of the left thinks he wants to be a king.
Okay, what does the left have to do with my actual kind of compliment of Trump? Trump may be many things, but an Anglophile, he is not. Other than his mother, who is Scottish, I've heard him talk about that. But no, I don't think he's trying to make the USA like Britain. As a matter of fact, I think MAGA is trying to not be like Britain.
Well, let's hope so. They're getting out of control over there.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with here. Now it might affect, but not directly. So America does not want to be like Britain.
Well, you see how Congress kissed the king's ass when he came over here and spoke in front of Congress.
Let me just give you one historical example. Britain ended slavery before the United States did. We're not trying to be like Britain. We held on to slavery a lot longer. So we ain't trying to be like the United Kingdom. So anyway, this is going to be the last news article. Some of these I'm going to save because you know what? I'm tired of concentrating on news articles, to be honest. The link is posted, folks. Let's come up and have a free for all. But tonight is the last night of the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. And I think Colbert is flat out. He's actually smart. He's a bit
You
of
can watch him on a regular, Stanley?
No, I don't. But I used to watch the Daily Show and the Colbert Report. That I did watch almost every night. He's flat out funny. And if you know anything about his background, he's actually a polymath.
For decades, late-night television has provided us with a shared end-of-the-day ritual made up of monologues and jokes that shape our political conversations. While Stephen Colbert didn't invent late-night TV, he sharpened it. Last July, when Colbert announced the end of the Late Show franchise on CBS, many wondered what happens when shows that function as cultural town squares begin to disappear. Hello and welcome to USA Today's The Excerpt. I'm Dana Taylor. Joining me to discuss rising production costs, shifts in viewing preferences, and the demise of one of the pillars of late-night television is USA Today TV critic Kelly Lawler. It's good to have you here, Kelly.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kelly, this might seem like a strange question following his more than a decade as host of The Late Show, but who is Stephen Colbert?
Yeah, I mean, Stephen Colbert is one of the biggest names in American comedy. He got his start in improv, along with a lot of other comedians in Gen X who are household names like Amy Poehler and a lot of people from SNL. And he first came to real national attention as a correspondent on The Daily Show when Jon Stewart was the host full-time in the early 2000s. And he had a character, and that character was very influenced by the politics of the time, by the George W. Bush era Republican Party. And that character was named Stephen Colbert, but it wasn't the man himself. And he was so popular satirizing the conservative right at the time that he was eventually given his own show on Comedy Central, The Colbert Report, not Report. And that was followed Jon Stewart. The two kind of marched together in this like heyday of Comedy Central late night television. When David Letterman decided in 2015 that he was going to retire from The Late Show, CBS picked Colbert, who was already in the CBS family. Comedy Central and CBS have been owned by the same parent company for a long time. And, he's been reinvented on The Late Show as Stephen Colbert, the person, instead of Stephen Colbert, the character.
As I mentioned, this is about more than the end of Stephen Colbert's run as host of the show. Can you briefly touch on the highlights of the iconic late night show, moments that help define it, like David Letterman's top 10 list, for example, and then how Colbert also helped shape that legacy?
Yeah, The Late Show was created for David Letterman. In the early 1990s, Johnny Carson, who had hosted The Tonight Show on NBC, really the foundational program for this kind of for this genre of television, and he was retiring. And David Letterman had been at NBC for a long time hosting Late Night, which aired after The Tonight Show, and had made a name for himself doing this kind of wacky experimental comedy that worked really well at that hour of the night. And when Carson retired, NBC picked Jay Leno to host The Tonight Show, which massively offended David Letterman. There was a very well publicized fight. There's been books written about it. There was an HBO TV movie about it. But what ended up happening is that Letterman went to CBS for and they created The Late Show for him. And he competed with Leno at the time slot. And he won for a while, but over the course of their, competing years in late night, The Tonight Show still kind of won out. But Letterman's Late Show was a lot different than Late Night. It was much more mainstream. Most of his bits were the top 10 list, as you mentioned, which he did pretty much every night, of top 10 something that was relevant to the news or something happening in pop culture at the time. Stupid Pet Tricks was one of his biggest sketches, which is exactly what it sounds like. And, he made it work in a way that was not so stupid. Some of the biggest moments in his career, people think of Drew Barrymore jumping up on his desk when she was in, the early part of her adult career. They think of Joaquin Phoenix doing that very strange interview with the beard and the sunglasses when he was doing the publicity stunt for his movie I'm Still Here. And, you think of how that influenced Letterman's career. Otherwise, he hosted the Oscars because of the success of that show. He handed it off to Colbert, and Letterman was a very Hollywood guy. He came up through that LA style of comedy, and he was really concerned with actors, actresses, and the way that show business was going. Colbert's comedy was political. He came from Comedy Central's The Colbert Report and The Daily Show, and even though he was no longer pretending to be a right-wing conservative pundit, he was political, and that's the brand that CBS hired when they hired him. And so he took The Late Show and he made it more political. More of the monologue was taken up by politics than in Letterman's era. More of the bits are about politics. And Colbert, the direction of his show was really shaped by where politics were going. Donald Trump was elected in 2016 for the first time, and all of late night comedy was shifted into commenting on him every single night. But it didn't really stop during the intervening Biden administration. So Colbert gets called out as political all the time, but it is what CBS bought and paid for when they hired him.
Kelly, we'll get to the money in a moment, but first, political commentary has long been a part of late night television. The timing of the cancellation came shortly after Colbert criticized Paramount for settling a lawsuit brought by President Donald Trump. How clear is it what role, if any, that criticism played in the decision to cancel a legacy show?
Paramount, in their official statements, has denied that there was any consideration for politics as to the reason they canceled the program. None of us can know who weren't in the room. I will say that the context around his cancellation wasn't just the fact that he had criticized Paramount's settlement with Donald Trump at the time. Paramount was in the middle of trying to get a merger approved by the Trump administration with Skydance Entertainment. That merger has since gone through. And not only were they trying to get the merger approved, Skydance is headed by David Ellison, who is the son of Larry Ellison, CEO of Oracle, and a major Trump donor. So when you're talking about the politics, there's much more than any one thing Colbert could have said about his parent company or about Donald Trump. People involved in making the decisions for the future of CBS have their own political affiliations. And again, we're not in the room. I can't tell you exactly why, but I can tell you that all of this is swirling around as the show is nearing its end.
You've written about our deep and meaningful history when it comes to political comedy, satire, and commentary. Can you speak to the role of political comedy in American society?
I think political comedy is foundational to American society. We think of Benjamin Franklin's Join or Die political cartoon as something serious, but political cartoons are a comedic part of American tradition. And there's Mark Twain, there's Johnny Carson himself in the mid 20th century, and Bob Hope, who we think of as gentle, warm entertainers, but who had a lot of sharp things to say about the politics of the time. They're just not our politics. We forget those joke of the days when the days are so many decades in the past. I think political comedy isn't going anywhere. Colbert may leave CBS at 11:35, but he has a big career ahead of him. His peers have found new and old life. Jon Stewart is back hosting The Daily Show once a week. John Oliver has a show on HBO with, has a very different business model and a very different model for the show. I think we're in definitely an inflection and evolution point. I think what happens over the next year or so will kind of determine the overall direction of this important pillar of entertainment and politics.
Now to the economics of late night talk shows. Paramount was losing a reported $40 million a year. They said the reason for the cancellation was, quote, purely financial. Is anyone seriously arguing now that money wasn't a major, even the decisive factor here?
Lots of television shows lose money all the time is really the big deal. Yes, it's probably been losing money. The longer a TV show of any kind, late night, episodic, primetime, daytime, the longer they go on, the more expensive they get because the talent is able to negotiate higher salaries in their contracts. Everyone quotes the famous statistic that in the final season of Friends, the cast of 6 was making $1 million per episode. And that was in 90s money. And so Colbert's salary goes up. Everyone who works with him, their salary goes up. The writers, the producers, everything gets more expensive the longer it goes on. The Tonight Show has been going on with Jimmy Fallon for a little more than Colbert's tenure. Late Night with Seth Meyers has been going on for that long. There are other cost-cutting measures that can be made. One thing is dropping Friday nights. One thing is dropping a band. So I would argue that it cannot possibly be a purely economic decision because economics is more complicated than greenlighting or canceling a show in our current media landscape. Late night ratings are going down. YouTube, TikTok are all peeling away viewers who want that kind of news of the day commentary. But I don't think we can argue that the genre is completely unviable in our current day and age because they aren't all falling like dominoes. Jimmy Kimmel has survived a major scandal and his show is still on the air.
Well, you mentioned Kimmel, you also mentioned Fallon, both still on the air hosting late night comedy shows. But if a top rated show like The Late Show can't sustain itself financially, are we seeing clear evidence of a broader structural collapse of the traditional late night model?
I mean, it's totally possible. It's easier to cancel a second show after a first show's been canceled. Hollywood is very influenced by peer pressure. And also, if NBC has been wanting to cancel The Tonight Show, for instance, it's easier to say, well, look, they canceled Late Show over at CBS. It's just not a viable genre anymore. I don't think that's what's happening. We haven't seen signs from the executives talking to the press. We haven't heard rumors or inklings of more cancellations on the way right now. In the next 5 years, I wouldn't be surprised if late night was replaced with something else. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it was still going. And I wouldn't be surprised if CBS changed its mind and hired someone else to do something similar, but not the same as Late Show.
Kelly, has Colbert publicly discussed what comes next for him?
No, and I think that's the number one question he's going to get from friends, family, any reporters he ever talks to until he does announce something. I think he has a lot of options. If I were a Hollywood executive anywhere that wasn't...
believe it or not, he's involved with the next Lord of the Rings movie. Like he's some big... yeah, it's already... like he's either writing it or executive producing it or maybe both, but he's deeply involved with Peter Jackson, I think was the director.
Is it gonna be woke?
He's a big Tolkien fan. Tolkien, by the way, I've never read Lord of the Rings. It's not my kind of shtick.
Me neither. I watched the movies
before I die. No. I'd read the book before I watch the movies. Movies like Tolkien, whether I Tolkien is legendary, like super legendary.
Yeah.
He was more than just the
Good
Lord of the
video
Rings.
game too.
He was no, Tolkien had nothing to do with video games or nor movies
Yes,
for
it
that
did.
matter.
They made a video game out of it.
Zero. Do you know who J.R.R. Tolkien is? He died way before video games, like decades before.
Yeah, but still, they made a video game.
Nope. Know what you're talking about before you venture a guess. Have you ever read Lord of the Rings? Do you know who Tolkien is? Do you know his history? Because see, once again, I've never read Lord of the Rings, but Tolkien is famous for other things. So when I'm talking about Tolkien, I actually know what I'm talking about, at least for my.
Well, you're a book reader.
Yes, that's why I can talk about it. I'm not an expert, but I know something about it. What I was saying
You're
is
more an expert than I am, motherfucker.
no, I don't know about that, but I don't talk about shit that I don't know without just saying, "Hey,
They
it's
did
my."
make a lot of video, just like Tom Clancy. They made a
Tolkien
bunch
had
of video games
zero
out of
to
his
do
stuff too.
Tolkien, other than using the name Tolkien or the theme of Tolkien. Tolkien had nothing to do with it. Not even in, I guess you could say.
Neither did Tom Clancy.
I need you to stop talking and listen to what I'm saying. Don't talk about shit you don't know unless you preface it
I
with
read Tom
me in my.
Clancy book.
Okay, you are talking while I'm talking, and it just won't do. Please listen to
Gotcha.
me until I am done talking. It worries me when people talk about shit and make grand pronouncements about things they don't actually know. Okay, if you learned it from a YouTube channel, then you actually don't know it. You're taking a
Video game.
swing. Okay, you're interrupting me again. I'll let you know when you can respond. Don't talk about shit you don't know. If you heard it on a YouTube channel, you don't actually know it. You heard it on a YouTube channel. YouTube is the worst possible place to gain knowledge. Now you can speak.
I told you I learned a lot of that stuff on video game. Well, part of that
Well,
don't you
the
get?
only thing worse than YouTube channel or YouTube channels is video games. You actually expect to gain knowledge from a goddamn video game?
Oh
Really?
no, there's a lot of
Okay,
high-paid
no.
drone operators.
Listen to the question. You actually expect to gain
I was
knowledge
trying
from
to
a video
answer
game?
it.
Well, you'll be quiet until I get the question out. This is rapid fire, son. Think quickly. So you expect to gain knowledge from a video game?
Yeah, you can gain some stealth knowledge and like how to fly drones and shit
What
like
is
that.
stealth
Yeah,
knowledge? What is stealth knowledge?
how to fly a drone really good.
Well, you're certainly not going to learn English. You mean fly a drone really well? Gotcha. Good. Nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and I don't think you can learn how
A
to
lot of
fly
it
a
does go
drone.
through
I don't
history.
think you
It's
can
not
learn
like
how to fly.
reading it. Stanley,
Listen
I'm
to
not
what I'm
trying to
saying, because
compare it to
we're
reading a
talking
book, brother.
drones. We're talking drones when I was talking Tolkien. Connect those dots.
Because people
There's a
like
way to connect.
Tolkien
There's
and
a way to connect them, by the way.
people like Tolkien and Clancy knew the future. A
Okay,
lot of what it held.
Tom Clancy. That you say Tom Clancy and
Tom
J.R.R.
Clancy.
Tolkien in the same sentence is an
Yeah.
abomination. Don't ever do that on my
No, it
channel
isn't.
again.
How?
Yeah, it is a J.R.R. Tolkien. Wow. So you think
Both great writers.
you
What
think
are you talking
J.R.
about?
Tolkien and Tom Clancy were equals because they wrote words in a book?
Both #1 writers, bestsellers on the
You
New
know
York
what?
Times.
I am never going to win this. Ignorance wins, folks.
Millions of
Dude,
books win.
J.R. J. Wait, hold it. Oh my lord. I think I'm confused. I don't think I'm gonna win this, folks.
Let's see who won. Let's see who sold more books, Tom Clancy or J.R. Tolkien. I wonder which one.
Why don't you Google it? I'm betting on Tolkien. Tolkien's the Lord of the Rings is
You
like
might be right.
motherfucking Lord of the Rings is like 100 years old.
Yeah, that was popular. You
And
win that one.
I-
I'm not even gonna look it
I'm
up.
talking book sales worldwide, not just
Yeah,
Tom Clancy.
Lord of the Wings gonna win that one.
Well, I don't know
Lord
if
of-
I'm right, but I think I
Yeah, I
could
think
have.
you are.
I think I
You're
could
right.
make an argument, but I'm not going to Google it because I don't care. Because J.R. Tolkien is like legendary. Tom Clancy's legendary too, but not in the same stratus.
Right.
He's not in the same universe as a Tolkien.
Right.
Tolkien's a classic. They'll be reading. Dude, we don't read
So
Tom
is Clancy.
Clancy.
He's a
We
classic.
don't read Clancy now. They'll be
I do.
reading Tolkien 100 years from now. They won't be reading Tom Clancy. And by the way, I love Tom Clancy. I used to read him when I was in OCS. Those Tom Clancy, I used to buy them in paperback. Dude, they got me through many a night. But he's
Yeah,
not
they just
Tolkien.
came out with the new movie on Amazon Prime with Jack Ryan. That's Tom Clancy's. A brand new one. I'm
But what
halfway
I
through
need
it.
to tell you is they're making movies of Tolkien too. And Stephen Colbert is co-writing one or executive producing, who knows what he's doing. And that's how the whole topic came up. Tolkien and Clancy, it's like me as the father of my 2-year-old son.
Well,
He'll be great.
Tolkien books,
maybe.
Tolkien books are a little intimidating because they're like 3 inches thick.
Oh wait, then you don't know Lord of the Rings. It's about 10 inches thick.
Yeah,
it's a big book. So hey Sin, you wrote such an interesting comment on that weird show I did. Wale is a treasure. He's a YouTube treasure, and it was an honor that he even came up. And because he and I, we've locked some horns, but he's one of those guys. He just is chock full of wisdom, and I'm old, but he's wiser. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thank you for that great comment, Sam.
Yeah, Stanley, when I was in prison, we had our libraries, right?
Yeah.
And
Let me just make a grand pronouncement. And
yes,
let
sir.
me start. It's not about you, actually. Stanchi, we can take that Stanchi shit too far. The originator of the Stanchi comment, I paid some money. Okay, I need you to not talk when I'm talking, sir. The Stanchi originator of the term, I just paid some money for his artwork. We don't use Stanchi in the panel unless you pay me money for using the term. Slick Rick, this is your one warning. Do not use it again. And it's not that I'm a bad sport. It's just that it should not become a standard way of addressing me. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
Slick
12
Rick.
man.
Stanley ain't your bitch. Calling him
Oh,
a
it
she.
doesn't matter that who's bitch. I just find it offensive. That's my
It
point.
is offensive. I never liked it.
Well, once or twice is fine, but let's
You're a
not make it
man.
a
You're not a she.
no.
Goddamn it.
I don't ever have to wonder whether I'm a man.
Well, I
I
know
was
you
raised
don't.
okay. Don't know why you have to.
Sorry.
I never had a doubt. My father was a man. He raised a man. He also raised, a future woman, but my mother was there. He also raised another man who happens to be my brother. We don't wonder. There was never like I never would say to my father as a man, he'd be like, "What? You didn't? Why are you saying that? You are a man. I raised you to be a man." As a man,
Yeah.
dude, anyone who says as a man automatically a pussy. And I dare a motherfucker to contradict me on that point. As a man, motherfucker, don't you have a voice that sounds like a man? Bitch. Now I'm being a little too Coors Light with that point. So everyone has to take that. Everyone has to take that into consideration too. So anyway, let us move on. And by the way, don't be shy to click the link. It's called the what did I call it? It's the I dropped the fucking link.
Yeah, I was
No,
wondering
it's
why
called the
you called
fucking
it that
link.
today. I think that's
Well,
the
I'll
first
tell.
time I've
Well,
seen that, Stanley. Why are you
let me
calling
play.
it the fucking link?
Let me play this, and you will understand. And then I have another question for you after this plays. Let's see here. This is why I'm calling it the fuck. This is why I'm calling it the fucking link today.
Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and
We're
getting away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words to remind everybody we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk, and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know what? Who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got some money?
You know what?
We're going to the whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay. Got something to do with things.
Throw some cool.
And from a future, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
I do know at one point Indiana was like the center of the Klan.
Like cool. And she already know to get my dough. So
link.
That's funny, Stanley.
But this leads into the question. I have a ton of shorts, and I may start using the old shorts as an opening theme. Because I've got like 4 or 5, maybe even opening theme songs, and I try and rotate them throughout the week. But the shorts are a better way, in my opinion. Like this short right here. Like, so I need to figure out because it's I think the shorts are MP4, so I could probably use them.
I like that one short of cops shooting bears where MOT was up there. Yeah, I think he was talking about the military though. He wasn't.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Talking about the cops.
Yeah, most of my
good
guests are actually better, more amusing than the host.
He was talking about when he was in the military in Alaska.
Mm-hmm. So this is the kind of short I'm going to start opening the show with. And people in the chat, let me know what you think. But this is what I want to do. Why shouldn't I open the show like this? Will harass you for no reason, for no advantage, without any plan or scheme, and at the most improbable times and places. You have no rational way of telling when, how, or why the stupid creature attacks. Because a stupid person's actions do not conform to the rules of rationality, it follows that we are generally caught by surprise by the attack. We cannot mount a rational defense because the attack itself lacks any rational structure. Non-stupid people constantly forget that at all times and places and under any circumstances, dealing with or associating with stupid people always turns out to be a costly mistake. Yet our naivete, compassion,
Oh no, that's boring,
mercy for
Stanley.
creatures may lead us to put them in positions where they can exercise authority over others. We enable them to hurt themselves and others. We hope to give them a sense of self-worth that will overcome their stupidity. We think it's an issue of education or life experience that they're victims of circumstance and not innately stupid. Thus, we help them rise to power, as with Hitler and Stalin, even allowing them to make our regulations and laws and to enforce them. But in truth, this never accrues to the welfare of a society, but a stupid creature will harass you for no reason, for no advantage, without any plan or scheme, and at the most improbable times and places. Oh, I'm sorry, it restarted. This is less than a minute, and most of my opening songs are a minute and a few seconds. Not every short is great. Some of it's boring, but I think I'm gonna at least test it out. Maybe next week. I probably have 200 shorts. I
Well,
could do a
show you.
different opening every show.
I like when the show starts out with a little bit of groove and funk. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
it could start out with just dialogue too. I mean, I guess.
I'm reading. You know what? I never saw that episode, Sin. No, I don't remember, but it's funny as fuck. Does everybody remember on South Park when they decided to reveal the character known as Token was actually Token? Oh, that is hilarious. Yeah, those motherfuckers are brilliant. Oh my lord. Now, I don't know. I don't remember. I stopped watching South Park quite some time ago, but I think it's on HBO or something. You can probably watch all 20 seasons. So, Sin, was the Token character black? That would be even funnier. So I await your answer. And to your point, 12th man, yeah, boring, but it's not all about what people are listening. It's really more about what I want to do.
Yeah.
'Cause
And
I'm
mostly
a selfish motherfucker like that.
mostly during an opener, no one is listening anyway. You're just getting
Well, yeah,
ready to
it's
come on the
opening, yeah.
program.
Well,
So,
what would you think if I closed the show with a short? Would that be better?
well, your show, brother. However you want to do
Well,
it.
motherfucker, you are a day one. I can't ask you your opinion. Oh, by the way, okay.
I like
By the way,
I like the way you
motherfucker,
have it now with the Navy.
Do you not support the show with Lupin
Of course
Reich?
I do.
Well, then
I
you
like what
do get an input.
I like the short and sweet Navy closeout that you have now.
What's a Navy close? Oh, well, believe it or not, Porsche made that.
Yeah, I like that one.
And if you look at the book, it's the Columbia Reader, which is how Frederick Douglass learned to read. So, yeah, it's real poignant.
But you have a whole history you could tell us on that too.
There are books, biographies that are written that could do it way better. So,
Yeah.
Season 20 retconned his name to Tolkien, a reference to Jay. Yeah, revealing that everyone in South Park knew his real name all along while poking fun at the show's own history. Yeah, South Park can be really dense, as in complex. So it was a
Yeah, I
black
never got
character.
into them.
I'm sorry, Sin. If you could tell me which season that was in, I would. I guess I'm gonna have to go back. That is so fucking. It's
Probably go back and
mind-blowingly.
watch it.
It's mind-blowingly funny. Token is the only black student in his 4th grade class, the son of the town's only black family, and is often portrayed as wealthy and musically talented. Oh my goodness, Sin. What season? You have given me new impetus to watch the show's on fast and addresses issues of racism.
You're too old to watch cartoons, God damn it.
Sin, thank you. You don't even have to go back if you would be so kind, but if you don't, just that premise is hilarious. That's it, dude. Meta. There's a new book, kind of a biography of Doonesbury. Garrett Trudeau was married to Jane Pauley for decades now, and I used to adore Doonesbury. It could be meta. It was meta as fuck. So I've always appreciated South Park. It's just I don't like watching cartoons that much. I'd rather read a cartoon strip or a book of cartoon strips. Calvin and Hobbes, one of my favorites. The Far Side, outrageously meta. It was meta. So that sort of thing. Yeah, Sin, just the season, because I'll watch the whole season just to put it in context. But Sin, I had no clue that was a thing. So just that you hit me to it, to use an old-fashioned word, I appreciate that. We do have a pretty good chat crowd. So and Kim, hey there. Good to see you, ma'am. Hit the link. It should be posted. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to this channel, it might be scary at times, but we tend to sort it out and be okay. Support the show by supporting the host. We have 2 executive producers and 2 supporters of the Saturday show, which I still haven't decided because I haven't given it much thought at this point. But Latino for Trump show earlier today, let's talk about it, 12/12, highly recommend it. I had a whale of a time. And even when Jewel of Aquarius is on the panel, on the panel, it's still acceptable and pretty good. She'll appreciate that criticism. But I highly recommend it. I actually highly recommend CM's show. It is what a show shouldn't be. If you want to be a future YouTube content creator, watch Seymour Stack's show so you know what a show should not be. It should not be that. So, oh my goodness. Looks like season 25, episode 2, titled The Big Fix. Well, damn. Thank you so much, Sin. I'm definitely gonna watch it. So
I bet he asked a robot to find that.
Who cares how she found it? Sin is the most
That's
interesting
cool.
woman in the world. Oddly enough, I called her that months ago, but she still proves to be the most interesting woman in the world. No one can compare. No woman, frankly, no man is as interesting, but no women either. So there we go. The episode that
Hey,
the
Stanley,
big fix. Hmm?
you remember
Yes, sir.
those books? You remember those books that you could flip through in like 30 seconds and it was like an animation from front to back?
You'll have to remind me. I don't think I do.
Yeah, you could flip those things from front to back. They're like 400 pages long and it showed a cartoon through the whole book, like 45, 30, 45 seconds.
So was it
Each page
comprehensible?
was, huh?
Was it comprehensible, the topic or subject or,
Yeah,
premise
it's
of the
just
book?
a cartoon from front to back. Each page was just a little bit of different shape, so it made sense going front to back. But it was an
I'm
animation.
lost. The
But it
question
it was
the
it
question
was
is after you watch the cartoon, would you know what the book was about?
yeah, it could show like just someone going in the store and coming out of the store. Something real simple.
So would the
Or
novel be
a
about
duck
shopping
a
for what
duck
was
and
in the
eggs.
store? 12th man. The question is
You never heard of them.
was it
I
a
got it.
was it a good substitute for reading the book?
Well, you can't read those books. They're animation.
Okay, 12th man. I'll move on.
You never seen them before. That's
Nope,
okay.
never seen them before for sure. So where I was going to go with the show was talking more about Trump and his
I thought you were
abusing.
tired of politics for the today.
It was more for the moment.
Oh, okay.
And
Gotcha.
I guess you and I could stay up here and kibitz forever about cartoon books. And you not.
Well, you
But
brought it up.
sure I did. Anton, thank you, by the way. So let's see. Kim, what is Kim saying? It was a picture book. Well, I was gonna call it cartoon cliff notes because you could read cliff notes, but it doesn't have the depth of the books. You're probably more right, Kimmy, than than 12th man. How animations are made. Nothing to do with.
Yeah, that is how animation films are made. It's just picture by picture, except it's a book. How
So
original films were
would
made.
you call the series animation, but it's a book?
Yeah, that's what it was. Pictures, except it's a book, except on a film reel, and you show it in series, and
So
it
are
looks like a film.
animations done that way? Are they the equal of a book?
No, I wouldn't say that, but they came from books, basically stuff written down on paper and then turned into a film. Not now, of course, with AI.
Right.
You don't have to draw anything nowadays.
Well,
Or if you want to, you can, I guess.
well,
Even on your phone, you can draw shit.
gotcha. So anyone's welcome to hit the link if you dare.
So what were you saying about Trump, Stanley?
That he is a menace, he is a grifter, and everything wrong with Trump's slush fund. And these are two people on the right, but they're
He
center
kind of
right.
looks like an old dentist to menace, doesn't he, Stanley?
Who?
Trump does. Trump looks like an old dentist to menace. Except
Well,
old.
I don't think Trump is as smart.
You remember that cartoon, right? Plus, it was
I remember.
real serious.
Well, I remember
That was
the actual
funny.
TV show.
Always going around pissing everyone off.
I think
Especially the
Calvin.
old man.
I think Calvin and Hobbes was funnier.
I remember that
And on
one,
today's
Stanley. You
episode,
got me.
we are digging into the 9-page settlement
I'm sorry, what? You don't remember Calvin and Hobbes?
No, you got me on that one.
Well, Google it.
agreement
I will.
between the Department of Justice and Donald Trump, and the $1.776 billion that has been withdrawn from the general fund. Say what now? We'll dig into all of the ways in which this could be legal, could have been done. Is it legal? Everything involved in that. We will also talk about the Supreme Court's latest cert grant in brief, Title IX. Does it apply to employees or just students? And the Georgia Supreme Court race finishes out strong, but don't worry because we have cases from the 6th Circuit and the 11th Circuit, a kind of circuit split brewing about the First Amendment and judicial elections. We'll weigh in on that too. And David, I just have to tell you, I spoke to the judges of the Southern District of New York yesterday, and I got an SDNY tote bag, and it is my new prized possession. So if you ever see me out in the wild, I'm going to be carrying an SDNY tote bag so proudly. And if you don't know this, the Southern District of New York is sometimes called the Sovereign District of New York because Main Justice folks take a little umbrage at the SDNY U.S. Attorney's Office for acting too independently in the SDNY U.S. Attorney's Office. I'm sure they have all sorts of derisive names for Main Justice. But I just think that someone out there should make a Sovereign District of New York tote bag, and then I can have dueling SDNY tote bags. But an exciting.
Well, Sarah needs to be real careful. I don't know if she was actually a prosecutor. She was a spokesman. Now, she does have an elite education, and I think she might even have clerked for a Supreme Court justice. I don't recall off the top of my head, but let's not act like she's a seasoned prosecutor. SDNY, she was probably never a prosecutor. You know, you can be a spokesman, you can carry the tote bag, but, you know, the line is the line, as in the military. Line officers are not support. They fight. They're warriors. Line prosecutors are the warriors. And there's nothing wrong with not being a line prosecutor, but let's not go too far with acting like a tote bag. It's just a tote bag. Sir.
Stanley, you started off with this new slush fund for J6ers or whatever.
It's gonna get to that.
Okay, because I had something.
And by the way, I don't think it's not just for J6ers.
Yeah, they were saying it's for.
Listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just said, and
say it again.
It is not just for J6ers.
I heard that part.
Good. Well, don't get fixated on the J6ers. Trump thinks that other people, and by the way, he's sworn not to take funds from it, but it doesn't mean his family can't. We're just starting this out. We haven't gotten to the point of the fund just yet. Give it time.
I already have a lot of problems with this.
Well, good for you.
day for me in New York. More to come on Advisory Opinions. Well, David, we did get a list of orders this week, and there was one new cert grant from the Supreme Court. Reading here from Amy Howe's write-up on SCOTUS blog, the court granted review in Crowther versus Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia. The case began as a pair of lawsuits filed by an art professor and a women's basketball coach at two public universities in Georgia, both alleging that they had been the victim of sex discrimination. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit threw out their claims. In an opinion by Chief Judge William Pryor, that court concluded that employees cannot bring lawsuits under Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, which bars sex discrimination by schools that receive federal funding. Pryor pointed to the text of the statute, which provides that, quote, "No person shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Nothing about that language," he wrote, "indicates congressional intent to provide a private right of action to employees of educational institutions." So, David, they'll hear that case in the fall. We'll obviously cover it when there's oral argument. I am loath to disagree with Chief Judge Bill Pryor of the 11th Circuit, and I think he, generally speaking, has his pulse on this Supreme Court. He sort of is a Jeff Sutton-esque figure for me. He's one of those elder statesmen of the circuit courts that easily could have been a Supreme Court justice, you know, with different timing and different luck. You know, fun fact, it was actually, you know, at the end of the day, kind of a Pryor versus Gorsuch battle for that opening. Gorsuch obviously won. I've sort of talked about the role that former clerks play in those sort of showdowns privately behind the scenes, and it can turn into a bit of a clerk brawl.
Knife fight. Yes.
Yes. Yes. And the
memos that circulate. Oh, yeah.
The Pryor clerks felt like they brought, you know, a knife to a gunfight type thing when it came to that moment in time back then. Nevertheless, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, first blush, David, I'm inclined to think Pryor's just right about this one, that if Congress had meant to make sort of educational institutions just this separate.
Hey, 12th man, I'll be right back. I am listening, though.
Thing for their employees, but not any other types of employees get that benefit, that would seem weird to me.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as I'm with you, Sarah. As soon as you said Pryor, I thought, I know where, if I'm a betting man, I know where I'm placing money without knowing anything else. If I know where Pryor is, I'm not saying it's an exact match. I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but I'm saying if that's all you know, you have your betting odds right there. That Pryor, which is one of the reasons, if you're going all the way back, you know, that it was a Pryor decision that was key in the election contest in 2020. If people remember, it was Judge Pryor who shut down a lot of the election conspiracies, at least originating out of his circuit. So this is a judge who's been a leader in a lot of ways. And as you said, he was on the short list, by the way, when he did it. He was still on one of the Trump short lists. So that was something where you're talking about some real judicial integrity there, because if Trump had won, this guy was still on the Supreme Court short list. So I don't know. I don't have strong opinions one way or the other on this yet. Give it a little bit of time, but knowing Pryor and knowing his reputation, I think we kind of know where this is headed.
And just to remind everyone, you know, when the Supreme Court grants cert, it's about a 70% chance that they're going to flip the lower court panel. This is a circuit split case, though.
Right.
The Solicitor General's office thought this was the right vehicle to resolve the circuit split. So I think this is one of those rare 30%ers where they take the case to resolve the circuit split because of the vehicle, but in fact, they're going to uphold the lower court decision. And David, just, you know, to give people a little more flavor, you know, Chief Judge Sutton of the Sixth Circuit, you know, that other shortlister, elder statesman circuit judge, he tends to feed to the Chief Justice, his clerks. Pryor tends to feed to Justice Thomas, they feed to everyone. I mean, everyone takes Pryor and Sutton clerks, but I would say if they're, if they were prime feeder judges for one justice, that's who I would align them with. And again, it goes to the feeder judge relationship is a two-way street. Judges like to be feeders, but there's also a reason that justices pick certain judges as their feeders. So think of it like a remore to your shark. It's a, symbiotic, very symbiotic.
But not in a negative way. Not in a negative. Because I would never
negative.
If you're calling somebody a remore, I wouldn't take it as a compliment.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I love them. I think they're like very cool.
I've seen them use. I've seen that term used in very unflattering ways.
Oh, well, I love all animals and think that they're all like, wonderful, neat. I watched a video yesterday of someone, an aquarium, taking their large, really large male moray eel out for its vet check. This is cool. They were doing like ultrasounds on this moray, like how you have to keep it moist, but you have to have it out of the water so people can work on it. I mean, I think moray eels are the coolest. So that's what I spend my time doing. Don't know about the rest of you. All right, David, let's get to our main event here, which is I want to talk again about this DOJ settlement fund for weaponization from the Department of Justice during the Biden administration, $1.776 billion. Now that we have the 9-page creation of this commission and settlement agreement between the Department of Justice and President Trump, I wanted to dig into the legality of all of this a little bit.
One quick thing we should note, because in the last podcast we said we referred to the settlement being over Biden era conduct. Trump had sued over the IRS engaging in or leaking, releasing, accidentally releasing, however you want to say it, Trump tax returns during the first Trump term. So Trump was suing the IRS for conduct that occurred on his watch.
Gotcha.
Hey, Kim.
So, Kim and Kate. You might be on mute.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Hi, Stanley. Hi, Kaufman.
Hey there.
How you doing?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, let's see. You put something in the back.
1 second.
This is interesting. No, I had not heard about this.
So about that.
Tell me about it. I'm gonna have to leave for a couple minutes. Be right back. So Kim, talk about it. I've not heard of this.
Okay. What you got, Kimmy? You there?
Well, don't worry about it. Let's see.
Well, I guess what I got on the fund is that there are some people that were unjustly accused and held hostage by the FBI just for being in Washington, D.C. on that day and had nothing to do with the riot that happened. And to me, those people should be justly compensated, but the ones that were pardoned for actual crimes they committed on the Capitol that day, then that seems to me like insanity, Stanley. Like, I'm kind of appalled by it myself, if that's the case. But I don't know all the ins and outs of this, so. Did you catch that?
Let me help you. Let me help you out from a very historical perspective. Black people have been going through this for years. I don't have much sympathy. So there.
Right. I can understand that.
What Trump has done is he's opened a Pandora's box. He's set a precedent. If this actually doesn't get struck down in court or something like that, or by Congress, he's opened the door for reparations for the Black community. People were held enslaved.
I agree.
For centuries. So here we
Jim
go.
Crow.
Now here's how the systemic racism is going to work. They will go, well, these cases, we won't consider past a certain point in time. That's what they'll do. I don't think this $1.8 billion fund, and it's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know all the legal ramifications. I don't think this is even remotely legal.
I kind of wish
I
we
don't
had.
I don't
Hosea
think it's even remotely legal. I
kind
don't
of
care.
wish we had Juan
Whoa.
about now.
I don't care what Juan thinks. He'll probably agree, but if he doesn't, I still hold my opinion. So anyway,
Yeah.
Kim, are you still there?
He's not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Trump is just. I don't think Trump has destroyed his legacy. It's just not he's going to be held as one of the best presidents ever. His legacy is going to endure, but it'll be as an anti-hero. So, any thoughts on this sugar baby DHS official accused with Trump aide with Nazi streak of sexual harassment? Why is this important?
Well, they're
Because
saying
it's certainly not unexpected.
they're saying that she's the head of the counterterrorism unit or department, and if she's
In the
money,
FBI or what? Where?
I think
Because
DHS, and if she's accepting money she goes on, I think, Hinge or some dating websites with different aliases. And she's pretty much like going on dates for money. One guy sent her like $40,000. So they're like, can she be paid off by counterterrorism people or people who know who she is?
Well, maybe she was just being maybe she was just
she might
trying
be
to.
compromised.
Well, I think she might have just been doing her job. Let's read the first paragraph. Before a top Trump-appointed counterterrorism official was ousted for allegedly appearing on a sugar daddy website, she'd filed a sexual harassment complaint against her superior, and all she got was a promotion. Julia Vivaro, former Department of Homeland Security deputy assistant. Oh, she wasn't the head of counterterrorism. She was a deputy assistant secretary for counterterrorism. And there is no secretary of counterterrorism, by the way. There can only be one. Maybe she was assistant secretary. Deputy assistant. No, I'm wrong. Interesting. Security. Deputy assistant secretary. Deputy assistant. So she wasn't. She was about third tier down. Secretary,
she's pretty high up there.
assistant. Yeah, no, she's pretty important. Was placed on administrative leave on April 22nd after the Daily Mail reported that she had a profile on Seeking.com, a site often used by young singles seeking older, wealthier partners to fund their lifestyles. Well, goddamn. Why is this the first time I've heard of this? I need to.
Yeah, where was I at in my 20s, Stanley?
Well, no, I'm old enough to be a sugar daddy. She's not ugly.
She's not.
She is not ugly.
She's not ugly at all.
The agency's swift action against a 29-year-old stands in stark contrast to its response months earlier when she accused her then superior, Paul Ingracia, of sexual harassment. So why is this important?
Well, they're saying that if she's a sugar baby, she could be compromised, because what if she's accepting money from
You
men
mean compromised by what, terrorists?
or people who are maybe suspected or they're investigating? Like, how do they not know who she's getting money from?
Okay,
And they also said that a part of their like hiring process, they have to report if they have other aliases that they go by. She reported none, but she has like 3 different aliases on these dating profiles.
Okay, well let me just throw this back on the lackluster, incompetent Trump administration. How did she get hired? Why is all of a sudden, she's concerned? Don't they vet these people?
Well, I mean, and this is no strong research behind this, but don't you think a 29-year-old might be a little too young for a position like that? And I know we can't discriminate on
No,
hire
I
based
don't.
on-
Actually, I don't.
I
Not.
think so.
She's like third tier down. Every
29
now and
years old.
again, like when I was in the Navy, I asked my captain in my fit rep to be considered for early command. There are lieutenant commander captains of ships. It's early command. So 04, like senior officer starts at 05, but sometimes if you're a lieutenant, even a lieutenant commander, even a lieutenant, you can actually get your command pin. But it's early command and only the best of the best. Now that doesn't guarantee you for admiral, but it does put you into a top tier. So 29-year-old, I mean, you can be a 29-year-old early command. It will not be like an actual ship, but maybe a boat unit or something. You can have command even at 29 in the Navy, but it's extremely rare, but it does happen.
Fair enough.
And
I
if
just think
she's a subject
29-year-old
matter expert.
And I just think most 29-year-olds don't have the best decision making. Just saying.
I'm really gonna disagree with that. Maybe not the best, but I was making life and death decisions at 22, 23, 24, 25. Not the best. I'm not a captain, but I'm not going to discount a 29-year-old. Now, in hindsight, yeah, there was a mistake made, but my thing, and I'll have to tell you another sea story. I've been telling Navy sea stories all damn day.
Yeah, and we love it too, Stanley.
And I am embarrassed because it's not that big a deal. However,
yeah, it
I
is.
came home. I came home shortly after I was commissioned. So my mother and I, and maybe my father was there too. So we're sitting in the den, which by the way still has pine paneling, and I love it, and a recessed bookshelf that my father built specifically for my mother. It's probably got like 200-300 books on that shelf. And my father built it for my mother.
Old?
That's the kind of
like
reader
me?
That's the kind of mother. That's the kind of father, but that's the kind of reader my mother was. He built it specifically for her. It's recessed. It's a part of the goddamn house. And every time I go home, I always go by that bookshelf and just select one of my mother's books, even if it's reading it for only a night. So that's how much I love the house. I love the bookshelf. I love my father. I love my mother. She is now deceased.
Remember,
reading was a thing. So I want to go back to what I was gonna say, if I can recall. God damn it, man! I'm getting old. Yes, 12.
We remember when MOT was up here the other night. He said he had to clean his mom's bookshelf out, and they were all falling apart, and they stunk.
Well,
That's what
this
he
is in
said.
an air-conditioned space. The books are fine. It's not a high moisture place. It's not in a basement. I think that's the difference.
Oh, are you saying MOT's mama lived in a basement?
No, I'm saying it's a well. What I'm saying is, it is, if the bookshelf was built for my mother's books, the whole space is about the bookshelf. It's, dude, I
Yeah.
think it's pine. It's pine wood. Now let me,
Nice.
I talked about my father and I literally, like, I grew up in an
Pine and
all brick.
soft though.
I grew up in an all brick house, and I've told this story. Even the addition that my parents put on it, all brick to match the whole house, matched brick. Even the addition, because my father is that kind of, he doesn't. It's got to be the same brick. He's a
How does he
perfectionist.
heat that whole house by himself in the winter? Does
It
he
doesn't.
have
It doesn't
gas?
get that. It does not get that cold in Savannah.
You don't need no
Savannah,
heat.
Georgia. Well, you need heat, but you don't need gas. And by the way, we used to have gas heat when I was a child.
What do
But
you need?
heat.
Just a
Okay,
quilt
I
or
need you
what?
to let me fit. I need you to let me finish the sentence. There were gas heaters, like wall units. He ripped all that out when we added. Well, it was my mother and father. We were just kids. He did. We ran ducting. I keep saying we. He and the builders, and because my father has the heart of an engineer. Yeah, he converted it from heat to well, this is what he did with the gas. You can have heat pumps that are gas powered or electric. So instead of the wall units, because there was piping to get the gas to the wall units, he just basically did central air that was gas powered. And I think it might still be. I actually haven't thought about it. Like my house, it's electric heat pump. His might still be gas powered, but it's a heat pump.
So funny,
It might
Stanley.
even
I
be a
thought you were
hybrid.
gonna
My
say,
father's rather interesting. It could be it could be gas heat and heat pump,
I
air
thought you were
conditioning.
gonna say wood stove for a minute.
It's rare that you find fireplaces or wood stoves in Savannah. It just doesn't get that cold. Shit, it'll get down into the 20s maybe a day or two.
That's kind of cold.
But a day or two, even if you didn't have heat, you'll be able to survive it for a day or two.
Yeah, a good quilt. Cover up with a good quilt and a couple
Right.
of blankets.
So we've gotten way off the topic. So Kim says, I know I'm not disagreeing with your point. I'm saying it's just possible to have a 29-year-old that is good at what she does, and she's third tier down in leadership. Now, but let me agree with you in a way. You can be a subject area expert and good at your job, but being an expert is not the same thing as being a leader. Now, I don't think a 29-year-old can be a good leader. It does happen, but that's even rarer. I was less than 29. I'm like 25. And I had a chief who was 35, and I literally, one of these days I'll tell that story. But I threatened to put a 35-year-old down into the Chiefs mess for a whole deployment. And look, being black is an advantage. Being a black man from the South with solid parents, I knew how to deal with folks. There are stories where I would go up against the whole Chiefs mess.
The whole what?
Well, if you
What's
don't know the
that?
Navy, you don't know. Chief's Mess
Stanley's
is
a
like,
rebel.
no, I'm not a rebel, but I don't mind ruffling feathers if I think I'm right.
Okay,
And
we know
I
that.
will tell some
We know that's
stories one of these
true.
days. Look, but Kim, honestly, if I don't think I'm going to win this fight or this argument, I'm not going to fight the fight. I'm very Supreme Court. If I don't think I'm going to win,
You choose your
anyway, I will try and talk about some Navy experiences, but you being 10 years older than me, if I think I'm right, dude, sometimes even if you're not right on the merits, you use the tools. I outrank you. It's a complicated thing, and it's, to be honest, the month that I left my destroyer, women came on board. I've never served women on a combatant. I think women do complicate things. Now, I don't think they make things worse or better. They're just sailors, but they do
Men's
complicate
dicks
things.
do get
Okay, I
hard,
don't
though.
need the interruption, 12th man. They complicate things. They don't make it better or worse. That's
I think
my
especially
opinion.
if they're attractive. I think attractive women complicate things
Oh,
unintentionally.
I have a
Unintentionally.
whole summer story about Naval Academy midshipman. It was a thing, and I wanted to
Tell us,
participate.
Stanley.
Okay, I do not know why you have to interrupt me every sentence. I don't know whether it's your voice, your tone, your volume, but it's disturbing. 12th man.
Sorry,
Anyway,
man.
it's not your fault. It's really mine. However, that's a story that I won't get into tonight, but God damn it. If you've ever thought in hindsight, I probably could have gotten away with it, but I didn't do it because I thought it was so complicated. And I know, motherfucker, I was the only black officer on the ship. And back then, I wasn't ugly. I was pretty trim. And I had a Navy haircut. I had a military haircut. So, but I didn't. And and Kim, you'll appreciate this, and maybe you will too, 12th man. My father always told me, you're just not a good liar. You just, well, no, it was kind of a compliment, actually. I have to be honest. It's just the way I was raised.
Yeah, it's in me too,
Sometimes
Stanley.
you have to take the consequences. The bottom line is try not to fuck up so you don't have to lie. I had a great childhood, but I had a very complicated, complex childhood. And it's taught me to think. I appreciate complexities. And I've done okay being able to deal with the complexity of life. What's up, Deacon Dave? I know it sounds weird, Kim. I'm just not an amusing person sometimes, but anyway, all I have to say.
I found that pretty amusing.
Everyone finds me amusing, but I do have to say that their vetting process, MAGA's vetting process, sucks. If they're thinking in retrospect that she may have been compromised, why didn't they catch it in the first place? And then I was going to tell the story about after I got commissioned, I got to spend a week in Savannah with my parents, newly commissioned. So my mother and father were sitting, and my mother's, I'm talking to my mother, and she's like, well, yeah, the across the street neighbors came over one day and knocked on the door and asked, well, what kind of trouble is Stanley in? So it turns out the FBI had fucking talked to everybody on my street. So they go knocking at the across the street neighbors, going, well, what kind of boy was he? So they just automatically assumed I was in trouble. So my mother is laughing and like, no, he's not in any trouble. It was just an FBI background check because I was going to get a top secret clearance. The job required like a decently high clearance. So, no, he's not a criminal. Let's not do the FBI is talking about Stanley. Sometimes it's a good thing.
Yeah.
So I hope they say, oh, no, he was a good boy. He mowed our lawn. But let me also say, excuse me. At the time, I was also dating.
You smoking weed, Stanley?
No. I take a medicine that makes my throat
like
dry
it
sometimes.
For a minute.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of things to you, 12th man. So what I was gonna say, also, speaking about I just have to be honest about shit. I was dating a Swedish girl, and it was actually DIS and the FBI. So it was Defense Intelligence was the original, and they gave all the information to the FBI, if I understand the process. So I'm like, yeah, I'm dating a Swedish girl. I didn't have to say it, but let's be well, I kind of want to know about her too. And I had, I knew her hometown and all that. So everything has to be aired out. If you're actually going to take a job in DHS or the Defense Department, you must be honest. I actually feel that, being a defender of your country, you got to be all that. So anyway,
you can be a civilian and be that.
Right. She's probably never been in the military. Maybe she had, but probably
What
not.
is I was reading out on the limbs comment of being stripped of his fishing privileges.
Where?
The third to last.
This one?
Yeah.
And 06 stripped me like a colonel or a captain. Stripped me of those fishing privileges one day when he saw me set up. That was one of my favorite sports. So, okay, in 06, captain, Navy, or colonel, Marine, or the other services. We need context. Let's see. That. No idea what this means. In 06, as in a military officer?
Sounds like it, but I don't know either.
Who's this? Got his mouth wide open.
Oh God.
About
Love
him.
your laugh,
So
Kimmy.
we had previously said Biden. That was not correct. It was suing the IRS over things that occurred during Trump's first term.
You're right about that. Yeah. And so we have this 9 pages now. And so it's only 9 pages. This is weird, right? what Trump does is he files this lawsuit about the IRS, like you say, David, and he dismisses that lawsuit entirely. Okay, that's a little bit unusual. Oftentimes, settlements are entered into as part of the
Well, let me say this. Trump didn't dismiss it. They basically vacated the case. However, I saw a news story today. His lawyers were like late on a date. So the judge was going to rule against them. So that's how it probably would have been.
dismissal. And so it is a judge approved settlement. That is not what this is. The lawsuit is simply dismissed. And this is an agreement between, I was going to say two private parties, but they're not private parties, between the parties outside of court. It's only 9 pages and it leaves a lot of questions. So I wanted to run through this with everyone. I think there's 3 different ways that you can legally imagine what this agreement is about. I mean, these are like fundamental questions that we don't really have the answer to. Number 1, David, is this an award from the Department of Justice to Donald Trump for $1.776 billion? And then Donald Trump is choosing to take that award and distribute it to people, and he can, he could distribute it to puppies and kittens, right? He could do whatever he wanted with the award because it's an award for, perceived damages from his lawsuit. That's number 1. We'll return to that in a second. Number 2, is this a class action settlement? As in, Trump was the plaintiff, but it was Trump plus others that were similarly situated. And so this is actually a settlement with the class. Or 3, this is money for future claimants. It's the projected valuation for what those individuals are owed for violations of their own rights. And those are 3 very different settlement negotiations, David. And legally, they're quite different for how this works. Okay, so now let's talk about how money works in the federal government. There is a general fund. To very, very simplify this, there's like a bank account and it has all the money in it, and the Treasury Department can withdraw money from that bank account with a congressional appropriation. However, there's this one little loophole to that. And that is that Congress did not want to approve individual settlements for every, DOJ settled case. A guy gets hit by a postal truck and he's owed $150. They don't want to have to go to Congress and say, okay, we need $150 for Bob. And so Congress approved that Treasury could withdraw a permanent and indefinite appropriation for judgments and settlements, a blank check. So while normally you need an appropriation to withdraw from the general fund, this law says that anytime there is a settlement, you can withdraw from the general fund to pay it. But David, there's this, built-in assumption, if you will, that this is for the adjudication of individual claims. Okay, so this is what's weird, right? We have money coming out of the general fund before any claims have been adjudicated. And that's why the 1, 2, and 3 buckets that I mentioned matter. Because if it's number 1, an award to Donald Trump, then it was adjudicated, so to speak, right? Like there was a lawsuit filed.
Okay, I need to bust in here. It wasn't just Donald Trump. It was his family too. They were damn it. What's the word? They were co-plaintiffs.
DOJ settled it out of court. That's fine. They're paying Donald Trump nearly $2 billion. And then he's setting up this commission to give out the fund. Here's the problem, though, with that. Donald Trump sued as a private citizen, obviously, for his rights being violated as a private citizen. So why would the government be the one handing out this money? And why would there be a commission set up to do this? The money should go to the plaintiff, in this case, Donald Trump, the private person. He would need to set up a, board of advisors or whatever he wants to call it to hand out the money.
I agree.
And generally speaking, you would expect there to be math on why Donald Trump was owed $1.776 billion, which they never say, like why his injury, cost them this money. And there is nothing in this 9 pages that makes it sound like this was a payment to Donald Trump. So one is sort of a fictional version of what this could be, but I don't think that Donald Trump wanted this to be seen as a settlement with himself. And of course, David, we have the whole adversarial problem. Donald Trump was never in an adversarial position with his own Department of Justice. So how could they settle this with him? Okay, so number one would make the most sense for drawing $2 billion from the general fund, because there was a lawsuit. It has been settled, but there's huge problems with it. Like, then there's no commission, and also why $2 billion?
Yeah, that's not this settlement agreement. You read this settlement agreement, it is not $1.776 billion to Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump, say, donates it to a private foundation, the Weaponization Foundation, that then sets its own disbursement procedures where you, as a J6er or whoever is going to be appealing to this thing, submit to a private foundation that then, according to its own criteria and its own decision-making authority, decides whether or not to give you money and how
Which
much.
is the way
This
it
is
should
setting
work.
up something within the government that is going to be dispersing government funds for claimants who were not parties to this lawsuit. And so that's the difference. That's a large difference.
So let's move to number 2, right? My bucket number 2 option here, that this was a class action. Trump was the, plaintiff, but, it wasn't just Trump. It was all of these other similarly situated people. Now, of course, this was not filed as a class action lawsuit. That's okay, legally speaking. You could have a private party say, we're going to amend the complaint tomorrow to add a class to this. And they could settle on the eve of them amending that complaint, and that would still be like legally acceptable. The problem is, who is the class? Of course, as I said, like there is no class action filed in court, and you can settle this before litigation. But and by the way, David, unlike bucket number 1, there is a single line in the 9 pages that does kind of maybe like hint that this is what they were thinking, maybe. But the Florida case is a data theft case about taxpayer ID theft. But the compensation fund is for like broad weaponization. So you've got a real Rule 23 problem. That's what sets up class actions. What is the commonality among the claims? Is data theft common with January 6th protesters or an abortion protester? They have to have, common facts, common claims, common defenses. So like, if this is a class action, there's no judge in America that I think would certify this class under Rule 23.
Damn it, we were boring
so
her.
Think of it like this. Imagine you have a class action lawsuit brought about a chemical spill into Lake Michigan.
She'll be back.
And then as part of the settlement, you include a fund for everyone injured by
Kimmy
truckers
is
on
a
I-65.
darling.
That would be one of these things is
We
not
love
like the
Kimmy.
other moment. Because you
I value Kimmy. I've never met her personally. But I love
Well,
the
you
concept
know what I
of
mean.
Kim. Do I? So many people on these YouTube streets do not know what the statement "you love Kimmy," they will take it too far. That is
Well, I don't think she's that type of woman. So
well, no, I'm not worried about her or you. I'm worried about the people who listen to this sort of stuff. Dude, you've been on some of these trash type shows.
yeah, I had to
So
leave
this is
one show earlier because they just go rancid, man. Start talking about dicks and pussies and all that, and it's like, man, I'm out of here.
Well, you know what? Should we just go trash?
No, I don't
Latino,
think so.
if you're still in the chat, can I review part of your show? It was so good. I'd love to show it here. I want to talk
Good.
about Trump and this slush fund. However, hey Mela, just give me one sec. And hey, by the way, good to have you here.
Well, I hope his
Let's
advisors.
just review. Let's just review. I really want to go legal and talk about Trump, but
If I
even
could
I'm
say
bored.
something,
Even I'm goddamn bored with the topic.
Stanley, that one
Yes, sir.
guy on the that you played had it right. He needs to set up his own foundation and have them disperse the money, not have the government do
No,
it.
the way
That's
he
totally
even
wrong.
acquired. No. Even the way he acquired it is a grift. He's dude.
Well,
There was no way he was going to win that $10 billion because someone exposed your tax returns. That's more money than he's worth currently. He's a grifter.
Not the public's
Okay,
business.
no. I need to finish my sentence. He's a grifter, and it was literally a ploy. There was a plan, and the plan was just make it such an egregious amount that no judge is even gonna try and think about this. So he settled it before the judge could rule. That's the goddamn problem. Trump is
Is
the
what it
worst.
is.
Trump is the most corrupt president in American history.
What do you mean?
I hope it goes to.
By miles.
Hi,
I hope
everybody.
it goes to the right
Hey, Mela.
people. Hey, Mela.
Hey, how you doing? Look, what do you mean by he settled it? I'm just catching up. He settled the $10 million
$10 billion.
For one
billion?
1.8 billion.
For 1.776 billion. In the 1776, the 1.776 tells you it was cartoonish. God damn it, dude! Y'all are just you MAGA folks are just more.
1776.
You MAGA voters are the problem. Trump is this. Y'all elected your symptom into office.
Pretty much. Do you regret
So
your
stop.
vote, Jeremy?
No, that's unfair though.
No,
We
does
we
he
know
regret
more.
his vote?
Well,
What'd
Mela,
she
let me
say?
just Mela, let me just suggest this. He didn't
What'd
know.
you say, Mela?
All right, well, y'all are lovers.
I am. No, don't misconstrue things. Just like you didn't want to be
No,
associated
it's
with
a joke.
loving.
Now I will
She
admit it's a
asked me a
joke.
question.
It was
Yeah.
just a joke.
Okay. So
Joke.
exactly. So the serious question, Jeremy, that I would like to ask,
Ooh, you calling him by his first name?
because he
Damn, you
told
must
me
be
I could.
serious.
I
Yeah.
call you by your first name, Stanley. That don't mean nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't. So
Well,
Stanley,
y'all,
what?
I remember the dating show.
Okay.
I was on that
You
panel.
had something to drink. Okay, I could tell. I could tell.
I remember when he
Stanley
first
gonna
declared
start
his
playing
love for
pop
you,
the
Mela.
balloon if you're not careful.
So
I remember when you declared your love for her on that dating show that HB was hosting.
he was just being performative. How else were we
Oh,
gonna
I think he was performing like a normal male.
You know what, Stanley?
It's just a joke. Come on, don't take me seriously.
I have had
Please,
my
please don't
question
be offended.
interrupted. If anything, I've had my question towards Jeremy be interrupted by you more than a
It
handful of
doesn't
times.
work. No. It
And
doesn't
I'm
work
not
that way on this
understanding
panel.
why.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Don't take your ire too far
I'm not understanding why you're interrupting the question.
because I can.
And there it is.
Yes. It's never been not Stanley versus the world. We are not a democracy on this panel. Haven't you heard me say that?
Can she ask the question, Stanley? Let her ask the question.
She may. Thank you for standing up for your woman. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh.
Are you sure it's a joke, Stanley?
Well, you know
Are you
what?
sure?
If it's not, and I'm describing reality, then lucky 12th man.
Is that the issue?
Are you asking me if I'm jealous, ma'am? Possibly.
And there it is. Okay, Jeremy.
Maybe I've been jealous for years at this point.
Jeremy, I was asking whether or not you regret that the president is Trump as opposed to Kamala.
Oh no, I'd never want that witch in charge of anything.
Okay,
She was drunk on box wine for 4 years.
Okay.
And supposed to be the border czar and let 9 million in here.
Okay.
Why in the hell should she has no management skills?
Okay. So a state's attorney has no management skills. Okay. All right.
Well, no. She was she was attorney general.
Okay, attorney general. Thank you for correcting me. A vice president.
She wasn't a state's attorney. They worked for her. She was managing lawyers.
Yeah, she definitely was in a management position. Especially
Yeah,
as
but
vice
not in
president.
private business.
What is it that is not connecting with you that someone
12th man, private business? The fuck does that have to do with anything?
Right.
America is not a company.
Are you sure about that?
101% sure. You want to challenge me on that premise?
Yeah, I think he does want to challenge.
Dude, I would be delighted to debate the likes of you on whether America is a company.
Let's get
That's an argument for another day, Stanley.
You better pray you forget it's for another day. I will crush you on that point.
Go ahead, Mel.
This is why people voted for Trump, because they are under the delusion that a businessman is qualified to govern. Those are two different.
You think a government man is.
Can I make one quick point though?
Of course.
Trump is a particularly bad businessman. Don't discount businessmen. He's particularly inept. He's particularly stupid.
Bankruptcy is everywhere. As he said, he has sunk everything he has
billionaire.
on. That's why.
You're a billionaire, especially after he embezzled money.
He has embezzled.
Dude, he's a billionaire.
It can never get straight again.
He was in real estate and he was a builder.
Was in real estate, then he became a casino owner.
Talk about envy.
He has skyscrapers all over the world.
No. Okay,
He has skyscrapers and golf courses.
Okay, I must.
All over the world.
Mela.
All over the fucking world.
Dude, he does not have skyscrapers. He is a branding. Okay, bitch. You don't, dude. This is what deep research, dude. If you ever went in and researched this stuff, you wouldn't sound like a.
Go look up Trump.
Okay, bitch. I don't have to, motherfucker. I don't talk about shit I don't know. Trump Tower is his brand on a tower.
That's all it is.
Probably the only actual skyscraper he owns is in New York. Dude, Trump is a brand. God damn
It's
it. Why don't these MAGA folks know this shit?
I don't know why they
Trump
don't know it,
is-
Stanley. I have no idea why they don't know
Oh
it.
my lord, he's a brand. He doesn't own those goddamn skyscrapers.
He is a brand. Though it's like sophisticated graffiti. He's a thug.
Well, that's a good way of putting it, actually.
He's a damn thug.
that's
It's sophisticated graffiti. It's like
What do you think about that
his name
Obama library?
Otherwise,
Obama library.
Okay, moving the goalpost is not going to help your ass being whipped over your ignorance, 12th man.
That Obama library looks like
every Trump tower on earth is not owned by Trump. It's a branding thing.
Now he's gonna
Obama doesn't have a brand. Trump does. Why are you making the comparison?
Why is he making a comparison? You want to pull Obama out of your butt because you are cornered? Why are you doing that?
No, don't be too mean.
Obama library.
Okay, who built
Every
the Obama library?
has a presidential library.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Show a picture of that.
Okay, you're comparing an Obama presidential library to a Trump tower? Is that what you're doing? Okay, then you are okay. Let me handle this right quick. Son, you don't know how to think. At a fundamental level, you don't know how to do critical thinking.
Let's see. I think there's a Trump tower.
No,
in
I
Dubai,
no. I've lost a modicum of respect for you, son. An Obama presidential library is not the same thing as a Trump branded tower
When a
in
black
some
man
remote part of the
became
world.
president,
Yeah,
white folks
it's
lost their
racism.
ever-loving minds. They actually went retard. Excuse my language, but I'm saying white people lost their minds when a black man, a black-looking man,
Not all white people.
when he
Don't
became
make
president.
them all racist.
Look,
Just
I'm telling you, that would explain everything. Okay, to this day, people are still bringing up Obama when he was president umpteen number of years ago. Like he didn't bring up Biden. Well, what about Biden? He didn't even bring
What do you mean?
He brought up Obama. These white.
I liked Obama.
No, you didn't. No,
He
you
was a
didn't.
great president.
You were paranoid as hell.
I just don't like the looks of his library.
Man, you were
I
paranoid as
thought
hell.
Obama was a great.
whoa. Let me
I
hop
liked-
in here right quick.
I liked
Let me hop in
Obama
here.
as
Whoa.
president.
Let's concentrate on you don't like the looks of his library. So you are dude, there's racism and there is black libraryism. Dude, you don't like the looks of his library, so you're gonna structure an argument about Trump towers. Dude, this is
Obama was
this
a
is
great
literally
president,
elementary.
Stanley.
This is an elementary school level argument. You don't like the looks of it? What, did it scare you?
I loved Obama. He bombed the fuck
But
out of
motherfucker, who
Muslims.
cares if you
He
love
was a great
Obama? We're
president.
not talking. We're not talking about your love of Obama. Concentrate on your ridiculous, outrageous statement that
Well, it looks like a
you.
prison,
Okay,
man.
dude, you are interrupting me when I'm talking, and I do not appreciate it. You didn't like the looks of the Obama library, so you're gonna make a whole political statement on that?
Yeah, it looks like the Death Star from Star Wars.
No, it does not look like
So
that.
what? So what, 12th man? So what? You don't like it. Are you important
If
in
he was
American
white, he
history?
would make it look different. You don't like him
Well,
because
I'm
he's
not going to
black.
go. No. Criticize the statement. We'll get to his racist attitudes in a bit.
I can feel the racism. I can feel it.
Nah,
You
I don't
ain't
think
going out with me no more, Mella.
I think that you like women, and you got at least that going for you. You like women. I can appreciate that you like women. Okay.
I love black women.
You love women. And what I'm saying is the more access to black women you have, the better. So you probably hate black men because it hinders your
What do you
access to
mean
black
by
women.
shit?
Yeah,
I
like the
used
less
to hang
black
out
men
with black
available, the
dudes
more black women you
when
can get
I
your
lived
hands on,
down
right?
south.
That's what it all boils down to, right? The less
I'd
black
be
men
out on the
available,
corner.
the more likely you are to be able to have access to black women, right? That's what it all boils down to. The competition factor. It's like if these black men weren't in a way I could get me some more black women. You want to eliminate black men so you can have access to black women.
What do you
Just
mean?
admit it.
There's so many black women out there. I got my pick. I don't need to eliminate no black, because black women love white men too.
Who
You
told
know
you that?
that too, right?
Who told you
You
that?
know black women love white men.
Who told you
You
that?
know that.
Did I didn't tell you that.
One of the 10 black women I've already been with.
Oh, she told you. You sure it wasn't any incentives behind that statement?
You know.
I'm pretty sure there was some incentives behind her statement.
Well,
Put
I'm
me in a
curious to know what
shower.
those incentives would have been.
Well, he was most likely extremely kind and thoughtful and generous. Those
Oh
are
my Lord,
incentives.
really? Yeah, let me just play this. Dirty Dude dropped this. Let me just play this. And then we can get it off the screen
Like
and go
most
back
men who want to
to
get a
our
woman,
point.
he's he's no different
Well,
than any other man that wants a woman. He's
and
gonna
then
be
you and I
kind,
will go
thoughtful, and generous.
loggerheads over that. Men, I don't think women need men. Men don't need women, but we like each other. There are biological urges. So, but at a mental level,
I
I
didn't use the
wonder.
word need.
Well, I'm also old.
I
So
didn't use the word need at all. I,
well, I think they need at a biological level,
for what?
especially when they're young.
For what?
It's a biological. I want to play this video, then we can talk
Sure.
about
Okay.
it.
This is just Jim Crow 2.0. It's sick. Stone cold racism in a scale I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Never have seen in my lifetime. It's all happening. Bringing us back to a pre-1960s world. It's jaw-dropping what's happening. It was jaw-dropping what Governor Landry did. He suspended a primary election where tens of thousands of people had already voted. Why? To redistrict 2 districts to eliminate black representation. I can't believe that we're experiencing this. My parents talked to me about this. I said, well, thank God it's not going to happen on my lifetime. And it's happening in real time. Anti-woke is anti-black. All these attacks on DEI, it's anti-black. Level of racism is sick. Rewriting history, censoring historical fact. Number of African Americans have been eliminated from key positions and posts. The Pentagon and elsewhere, it's sick. It's happening in the United States of America in the open. And it needs to be called out. So forgive me for reacting this way. And I feel deep responsibility to do something about this, and nothing to do with me as governor, just as a human being. This is not why our founding fathers lived and died. It was about the expansion of liberty, expansion of freedom.
I was with him until he started talking about the founding fathers, who were most of them slave owners. Stop it. It's very performative. I was with him until the founding fathers came up. Yeah, one of them fucked a 14-year-old. So there we go. Yes. And I was crude about the point, but I'm goddamn right. So let the games begin. Speak Radio, hit the link, sir, please. Are both our panelists busy?
No.
Let's see. Cam says Stanley Trump is shit, but I don't call it. Oh, no. If he's shit, I don't think Bush was shit. He was inept. I think Trump is inept and shit. So you and I'll just have to disagree on that.
Obama was just a continuation of Bush. Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree
Same
with
policies,
that.
same
I
foreign
wouldn't. I
policies,
would not
everything.
even agree with that on a fundamental level. So. Oh, no problem, Mella. You are a valued member of this team. So, let's see. Let's look at comments. I hope Speak Radio comes up here. Hey, look, Speak Radio, by the way. I bought some art from oh, this is gonna be so controversial when I say this. I am gonna piss a motherfucker off. So I am going to review this if I can find my place on this show. Somewhere on here, I come up. It was before that. It's before that. Oh, there. I don't know. It might have been shortly after this. Well, we'll just have to start it from there, but I think I'm right. So, yeah. At least it's not dead air, though. I'm going to review a little bit of this because I had such a good time on the show. So hopefully Latino doesn't get mad. So I'll start playing it and be right back, I think.
I got a problem with the whole student loans. I got a major issue with this. 70%.
Go ahead. I would love to hear what you have to say because I have an issue too.
So basically 70% of women are the ones that graduate from university versus I guess about 30% are males.
Preach.
So you had this basically let's just call it the government bailouts for university university assistants, right? To pay this bill. Why the fuck are my tax dollars going to pay for somebody else's university? I really got a problem with that, right? Why?
Yeah, because
right?
I stated the same thing. I want a Ferrari, so shouldn't everybody else pay for my Ferrari?
But this is where we're at. We're this weird argument, and I almost agree with him if the U.S. was any other economy. If you go to Europe, you go to Central America, pretty much almost everywhere else in the world, universities generally obligated to even get a job at McDonald's, pretty much. But in the U.S., our economy is very different. You don't really need a university degree to, generate wealth. Matter of fact, it seems like business ownership is kind of the direction you would go for it. However, for some odd reason, we basically keep promoting this education. I don't mind people doing it. I just don't see why I'm supposed to pay for it.
Yeah, same here. You want to go, you go, but I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm kind of having qualms with this. And I don't think it's everybody, right? It's not sales tax that's covering these fees. It's actually generally property taxes. So now I got issues, right? How far does that go? If I'm paying my property tax, why the hell am I paying for everybody else to do everything that I don't want to carry other people.
Yeah,
There's
as
got to
long
be
as
some
it's
kind of weird.
as long as it's high school and stuff, but after that, it's your choice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I agree.
Yeah. I just don't. To be honest with you, I don't know about it. I kind of jump on the whole Christian nationalist movement where trying to roll back the voting rights of 1918. Just want to roll them back to that point. If people want to vote, fine. Participate with society, buy a house, buy land, get involved. I don't see any point in people. I don't even understand why the hell people are like.
I actually make an appearance here at some point. RLM was saying that Nidish came on yesterday morning and said he was losing his house. Was he? I don't know.
Oh, I should have say in family. You don't want a family. Why
Thank
the hell
you.
do you have me saying it?
I was about to say that. Damn, man, you read my mind, bro. Oh my God, dude. And I love them to death, but they're liberal. And it's like they themselves are not planning to get married. They themselves are not planning to have a kid, but they got a house and everything. And this is not to throw shade at them or anything. But I had asked them a question, and I was like, dude, why does it matter to you what political whatever is in power if you don't have any children? Let's say that this person believes in this and this and this and that. Why should you be able to vote and ruin every other parent, choice or way of living or whatever when you yourself don't have kids or don't want them?
Do me a favor. Go down to the chat. The third one from the bottom with Stanley. Let's address this one. Okay, so here's how you can get around this, right? Tax deductions are kind of a big way where you can actually rob the federal government of taxes. Yes, it's true that you're always going to pay, but you do actually get a choice in how you pay or whom you pay. Generally speaking, most tax deductions, at least for like income, that's easy to write off deductions, right? Like you can donate to charity, get around that, right? You'll at least get your money back. We'll put it that way. When it comes down to property taxes, you get a little bit more colorful on it. There are ways to outskirt from underneath of it to generally rob your county. Now it comes with a
I'm going to
nasty little
say
cost.
this right here. This is how people bamboozle. I honestly think the point about property taxes when we're talking about loan forgiveness for student loans, federal guaranteed loans. By the way, the federal government guarantees the loans. Those are bank loans. It's like a VA loan or any other type of federally backed loan. The government does not give the loan. They just guarantee if a loan gets defaulted upon. That's the thing that he doesn't seem to understand, and I'm sure he does, but it's really a straw man argument. When we go to property taxes, which are extremely local, nothing to do with student loans. Why don't people know there should have been pushback the minute Josh said property taxes. That's the only reason I came up, because the shit was just like, what are you talking about? And then you'll get my argument when I come up there. But dude, this is why you got to know shit. It's a bullshit argument at the beginning. You got to know shit to keep your interlocutor honest. Always know shit, even on a YouTube panel.
Because if a vast majority, let's just say 60% of a population within a county
Camilla,
does it,
you know
you're
what?
pretty much going
Please
to
say
tank your own.
something, because I know I'm kind of, hogging it here.
Oh.
I get so frustrated when people do this. It's almost like a shell game. What do property taxes have to do with student loans? It is, and I will ask him to connect the dots, and he kind of did, but it's still a tenuous connection. I just, dude, YouTube is the devil.
It's sickening, right?
I wouldn't say sickening because I got a YouTube show. But I just think, dude, it is literally a confederacy of dunces. And I'm not calling Latino a dunce, nor am I calling Josh a dunce. But, dude, you can't make that argument and be credible. I don't know everything, but, dude, I know property taxes have nothing to do with student loans. There is a connection, but it is the barest of connections. And at some point I come up again, this argument is why I even bothered calling in, and it wound up being incredibly productive and enjoyable. But dude, you got to stand up to this sort of shit. Don't host a YouTube show if you don't know shit. That is just my recommendation. Not what the Bible says, not because someone said it on another show. How about actually know shit? Or just say, hey, it's my opinion, and we can deal with your misinformed, uneducated opinion. So I know I'm rebelling, Mella. I gotta reject some of the stupidity that is the part and parcel of some of these shows.
Mm-hmm.
Are
Freedom
you
of
mad at
speech.
me? Am I going too far though? No, freedom of speech has nothing to do with YouTube, in all honesty. It's what the government can't do. YouTube doesn't owe you free speech. It's private companies. Free speech has nothing to do. Free speech does not reign here except in spirit. So that's it, I guess. What does the most interesting woman in the world have to say? You can lose her. You can lose.
I think.
Huh? Well, but
I think
don't you
that
think they should if you don't follow the rules, Sam?
Say what?
No, I'm responding to
Oh, the chat room. Okay.
since yeah.
I'm still having a bite to eat. I'll go on mute.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, I will come up and probably fail miserably, but I misspelled dollar.
School zone, school
Which
district,
is
right? Like, so generally
they
schools
shouldn't
would be
have
the
let
first
me
one that
up
gets
for that
cut.
misspelling, to be
There
honest.
are ways, a 101 different ways to get out from underneath property tax, at least to where that taxable value does not go to the county, at least property taxes, and then ultimately to the state, and ultimately to the Fed. There are generally ways around it. So when I say yours, yes, you actually get a little bit more say. A popular one is to become an ordained minister. Really requires logging into a website, again, different states, but logging into a website, filling out some paperwork, and boom, you become an ordained minister. Of course, you do have to go to court, pay a small fee, blah, blah, blah. Now you can register your property as a religious institution. You just have to meet the requirement. And again, every county is a little bit different. My county, pretty much specifically, you have to hold, I think, 3 gatherings per year. Let's just call it a barbecue. Not very difficult to meet. There are colorful ways to get out from underneath it. You just have to start getting involved with your county and start looking this shit up.
Is it true that like I don't know if this is true, but is it true like if you're like, I don't know, I've seen this with like rich people where they bury their relatives on the property, and now it becomes something like burial grounds or some shit like that. And they
yeah, but
they don't have to pay taxes or something on it.
Yeah, but it becomes regulated in a different format too. Generally speaking, if you're going to keep dead bodies on your property, which you can do it, right? And again, per county changes, right? You have to meet the requirements are. You can build like the little mausoleums and things like that. There's all kinds of weird stuff you can do, but you also lose what you can do with that property. So but you kind of lock yourself into it. Keep in mind, if you ever change any of the zoning, right now you have to deal with dead bodies, and that is incredibly expensive.
Okay.
Once they go in, getting them out, whole different nightmare to have to tend with. So you have to be very sure that that's what you want to do for like generations.
Yeah, because I actually Googled that for that. I don't think that's
Yeah, getting bodies into the ground or again a mausoleum, right? That's actually not that difficult. Getting them out is very difficult.
Welcome, Stanley.
Hey, what's up, Latino? What's up, dog?
Like very difficult.
Or Josh.
Good afternoon now.
So,
oh, yeah, you know, I
shit,
just
that's
woke up
Stanley.
about an hour ago. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Wanted to talk right quick about the student loan forgiveness and tax dollars.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people don't realize that once you put the stamp on and drop it in the mailbox like we did back in the old days, it is our tax money. Now, our representatives pretty much decide, you know, hopefully with some input from the voters, how to spend money. I'm not unsympathetic to the argument about student loan forgiveness because there are actually ways, like, you know, if you're going, I don't know, you're doing some health profession or you're teaching or something like that, you can get college paid for, you know, with like a 5-year commitment or something like that. So there are professions, and I think students need to be and through their parents, by the way. I think parents, you know, a lot of times parents don't necessarily know how to navigate college and majors and all that sort of stuff, but it's up to them to come up to speed. A lot of times kids get bad advice.
May I add something?
Picking a major and that sort of thing. Let me finish because I'm old and
ahead.
I'll forget. The point I want to make is getting around taxes. It doesn't change my argument. So people just seem to not understand what tax dollars actually are. There's no such thing as my tax dollars once you hit the send button or drop it off at the post office.
Technically
You
correct.
made
right?
I'm done
But
with
your
that.
your
sorry.
property tax, at least your deductions are actually filed at the moment
Let me make
that you're hitting
one
well in this
point
case.
here.
In my case, the
And
tax
Josh
assessor.
actually brings up an interesting, technically okay, but here's the deal. You can go from technical to opinion and opinion back to technical. People don't seem to understand that the way people think is multi-channel. I'm technically correct, but I'm also just correct. Technically correct. Now, there are several different ways of being correct. And the reason I bring this point up is don't be afraid of being technically correct because you can expand upon it or contract it, but you got to know what the fuck you're talking about. Knowing stuff is important if you're going to dip your toe in political waters. And it's a politics argument, by the way. It always is. At least the ones I'm interested in. It doesn't address my point. How you,
Sure.
Sorry,
Hey,
Stanley.
by the
You
way,
made a-
property taxes are local and maybe they trickle up, maybe they don't, because some states get more in tax dollars than, you know, they actually pay out. So your argument is a little bit besides my point.
You kind of made a valid point though. Like I used to work at a college. I'm not going to state what college it was, but if I would have stayed there, and my daughters were old enough to go to college, it would be free. It would be a free ride just because I worked there. So there's other alternatives of getting free education.
And by the way, Latino, you probably know this better than. Well, this is what Latino actually allowed. free range because I was an antelope, just galloping around. But some things that I'm actually interested to talk about. College is an interesting one, and as a matter of fact, I need to motherfucking drop his link because I am doing him an injustice if I don't. Josh, a good time was had by all. Quote, very far
I hope.
right when it comes to education. It's just kind of the way I was raised in school. The education should be taken extremely seriously. So I know at some point certain majors are not going to be aren't going to be eligible for certain types of student
Yeah.
loans.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
take education extremely seriously. People do not take their college career seriously enough. As a matter of fact, my son got a full ride to Georgia Tech, basically an academic scholarship because I was very hard. I forgot to mention this. He's been able to maintain it. He didn't just get it. He didn't lose it. He's maintaining it. Who knows? He's got 2 years left. He may lose it, but we'll deal with that when it happens. Once you earn something, you got to maintain, and he's been able to. Hard. He knew what my expectations were, and good on him for meeting those expectations. But he's a smart kid. But like I said, I don't think people take that education seriously enough. College is expensive, and it needs to be taken way more seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's other ways around it. Like for instance, like I said, you can work for a college, and if you work there long enough, they'll give you a discount, or it can be a free ride.
Well, yeah, but that's taking college seriously. There are ways to get college paid for. Okay, my goal is like you need to get out of college without student loans. And if you have to get student loans, say to go to some expensive college, the degree you get from that expensive college, and you're so far in debt you can't buy a home for 10 years. The degree that you get from a community college or a less expensive college, it's still a degree. So I think it is an abomination to come out of school with all this debt, and you don't have to take student loans. That's voluntary. I mean high school. If you can't pay for college without going deep into debt, you should not be going to college. You should find another route. Military, get it paid for that way, etc.
Or
forgive me, a GI Bill is a lot different back when I was young.
Or something too.
Well, I was in the Navy.
Yeah, how much does the GI Bill cover now in like 2026? Does it cover the same rate as it did like I guess 20 years ago?
I don't know, but it does pay quite a bit. But let me tell you, even if you go into the military, my roommate, I went to Navy OCS. My roommate at Navy OCS was prior enlisted, and he wound up getting his college paid for. It was basically he went TAD to an ROTC unit. So he wound up coming back into the Navy. He was a nuclear, a nuke, an enlisted nuke. He did well enough at whatever to get University of Texas paid for, where he majored in like engineering science or something like that. Then came back out. He didn't go back into the nuclear program, but he got his commission. So there are other ways via the military besides the GI Bill. I knew another guy who was enlisted, and he wound up going to the Naval Academy Prep School, wound up graduating from the Naval Academy. So he's prior enlisted as well. There are ways, even besides the GI Bill.
Oh yeah. There's always God. There's a billion and one ways.
Yeah, if they want you, if they want you, they will help you figure out a way.
Got no disagreement there. I even got no disagreement with the concept. It's the onus is on the parents to actually kind of like, and I will have to say, I agree more so that it's on the parents to kind of like educate themselves. I guess because like every couple of years, shit changes so much with funding.
Oh, dude.
Right.
So I agree. It really is got to be a lot of effort probably to get into it. But damn,
I want to say, and it wasn't horribly difficult, but I did it myself. Parents uber alles. I will make some flagrantly stupid argument about parenting coming up in this video, but the bottom line is we don't take parenting seriously enough. It is an imperative. Once you have kids, your life will happen. My only requirement is do better than I did. Have them, in your 30s. Don't have them at 40. There are jokes and stories about swollen knees when I get down and play with my son on the floor. I suffer the next morning. But once you have kids, your life is not over. It's not even quite put on hold, but your life is creating their lives. It's an act of, this is going to sound so Catholic. You get to help them create their lives. And if you're young enough, you can, once you got that empty nest, you'll be good. Just, it's a responsibility in my opinion, above all responsibilities.
Amen.
Your life, your success is their success. Don't have kids if you don't want that responsibility. And I will never get mad. Hold on one second, Mel. I'm never going to get mad at someone who says, I don't want kids. I don't want the responsibility. I want to be a free spirit. I'm never mad at those people. They've embraced their limitations. So. Oh, did you go back on mute? Anytime you want to hop in.
I was listening to your eloquent sentiment.
Eloquent.
Yeah, I mean your sentiment is top notch. That's a top notch sentiment. A lot of people do
But
not.
let me
take
ask you a
parenting
question.
seriously.
It could have been because I was an old parent. Now, young people are gonna be a little bit more flippant or dismissive of their responsibilities, but that's why parents are so important. Parents, like, I'm not gonna, dude. My son will be 20 next month. If he happens to, kind of deviate from my plan for him, and at 20, if he deviates, it's on him. So far, he's doing well, but if he decides to become a baby daddy, cool. He's smart. I know he'll be able to figure it out. I'm not babysitting. Don't
That's not.
motherfucking do that.
There are all types of other ways than becoming a baby daddy where there's a detour. Like detours, there's more than one detour is what I'm suggesting.
By the way,
yes.
once this video is done, I want you to stay because I have a CM thing that I
I
want to
don't
talk
know
to
if
you
I
about.
can. I'll do what I can. I'll try.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave shortly.
It was a request. It wasn't an order.
Of course not. It's just I'm not feeling as well as I thought I should.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm literally not feeling well. And
Okay, well, don't look.
Yeah,
Um,
so I don't want to overtax myself.
understood.
Yeah,
Understood. So,
but it was really good to be here.
good. Don't be a stranger, and you're always welcome
Yeah,
here.
I'll probably leave at 9 my time,
Okay.
9 p.m.
Right.
Central Standard Time. So that's what,
Well,
15 minutes
that's
from
15 minutes. So let's start this.
Right? Why the hell is it constantly a college funding political debate? That's what I don't get over.
Well, I mean, whether we like it or not, and one of these days you ought to come to my show and we can get deep into the politics of it, or the political philosophy, if you will, of it. This is a government of elites, even on the right. Donald Trump is a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. He's an Ivy Leaguer. A lot of people may not know that. So we are a government of elites, and college is, generally seen as, kind of a way, an avenue, a way to, kind of leap into, say, the middle class or even upper middle class or beyond. And, the numbers don't lie. College graduates tend to make more on average in their lifetime in income. So I think that's why it's a political debate.
Can I ask a question? Do you think that college should have a gap on pay? I mean, on the price of college, the tuition on the
You mean a cap?
Yeah, a cap. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
I don't think you can get away with that.
Probably.
I don't think you can get away with it because then you start. It's a business, and the moment you start capping
absolutely
businesses,
right. Absolutely right. You're going to bump up again. Now, let me point something out here. I was going to kind of roll this around in my head, but Josh has a clearer perspective, and probably he knew where to take this argument, and I just let him take it. Or Latino did as well. He had ideas on it. I'd never thought about it, so I'd have to bounce it around. I said probably, but it would be problematic. So this is where you let someone who actually has an idea, who's probably thought about it before, let him go.
Okay.
And I think in the end, I actually appreciate the argument and probably agree, if I recall. But I think the point about a degree is a degree. Now, there are name brand degrees, which is one of the things I ran into in the Navy. And that's a whole different show. But getting through a fucking name brand degree, it's hard to get into, it's harder to finish, and if he does, he's done something, that is rarely done. But there are other avenues, and I have stories about how you can take your community college degree and wind up at Harvard. Dude, I knew a guy who did 2 years at a commuter college, wound up graduating from Yale. And he took like remedial math or something and wrote a novel, had a novel made into a movie. And yeah, I knew him personally. He went to Blessed Sacrament, the primary school in Savannah. Knew him personally. So smart is smart. Cream will always rise to the top, to use an analogy or a.
Yes.
So there's nothing wrong. Community college to motherfucking Yale. I know of someone personally that it happened to. It's the Constitution with that.
It's unfortunately, I like the idea, but the moment that you do that, right, you're going to start going into that whole controlling the prices of other products within other businesses, and that most people are not like. It's just a door that you'll never get shut.
And you got to think, whether we like it or not, money is considered speech. So they will. You'll never be able to cap it. And again, it's up to parents. I'm a parent absolutely.
I'm also gonna have to give Josh a compliment here.
Racist that I think he is, he clarified my thinking. Listening to him reminded me of old arguments or old books I've read. Sometimes your conversation, partner, he reminded me of shit. Dude, talking to someone who's smart, even if you're less smart, you will learn. Or as John Henry Clark, I debate with my equals, and I think I met an equal there. Josh, as much as I have a problem, he knows how to think. Dude, it was refreshing to talk to someone who just gets it. Oh, is your kid goes to college. Now look, my son did real well in school. He made 1B in 12 years, and that was in band, and it was my fault that he made the B. I won't get into details, so I had to eat that B. But if he was a C student,
my Southern accent
different
is concerning.
I would like to be a parent elitist. I just don't see how. Yeah, we lost that we lost that option.
Well, I should say a parent. I'm sorry. I should say a parent supremacist. Maybe elitist is the wrong word.
I would agree with that one too. It just still same applies. We lost that option generations ago.
How so?
We signed the concept of your limitation of parenting. And I don't mean like corporal punishment. I mean, here, be the example, right? Let's just say you have a 16-year-old kid. 16-year-old kid goes out and gets in trouble, right? Outside of civil liability, that's it. That's all the I guess accountability you're going to have on the parents is maybe civil liability. And that.
Oh, you mean if the kids commit a crime or something?
A crime, any type of debt that gets incurred. Yeah, I'm not. I absolutely would love the idea of children paying for the sins of their fathers and the fathers paying the sins of their children.
Well, I don't think kids should pay for the sins of their fathers, but let me give you two cases. One in Georgia where I live and one in Michigan where there were school shooters. The father of the boy in Winder, Georgia, and I forget the city in Michigan, the kids basically took weapons from their parents. The Georgia case was egregious. Parents are they're criminally charged.
Criminal liability for storage reasons. A lot of states have storage laws, like how you keep your weapons.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This kid in Los Angeles, the two kids at the mosque in San Diego, their parents' weapons. One of them got weapons from their parents somehow or another. That's going to be a problem for that parent.
In Detroit too, I think, right? With that kid that shot up his
Yeah. It was in Detroit. I couldn't remember what city in Michigan.
Yep.
Those laws have
now the kid and let me tell you about that kid in Winder, Georgia. The FBI had interviewed him and his father a year before because there was rumors that
I remember that
the kid was going to do something.
Yep.
And it was bad enough that the FBI said, questioned the two of them. And, the father basically said, nope, he's not going to get weapons. He won't have access for me. Well, the very next Christmas, the guy gives the kid a pistol for a Christmas gift.
What's the name of that movie where they give the kid the little BB gun?
You're talking A Christmas Story?
Yeah, Christmas Story. Like, what the fuck he thought it was? Like, come on, man, this guy's a retard.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'm saying that that the father's a retard for giving him that, thinking that it was going to be a Christmas Story. You know what I mean?
Except it was like a Glock or something.
But check this out. I want to get you guys' opinion on this video.
If Britain was an American state, how wealthy do you think it would be? How many American states do you think are wealthier than us in terms of GDP per capita?
Me. You're asking the wrong person. Let's say.
I know
30.
I know the
Just
answer
ballpark
to this
guess.
question.
I have genuinely no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think depending on the area as well. If we're talking like different areas of the UK.
So this is the UK as a whole.
Okay.
Versus all the each individual American state.
So in comparison, is that the question?
Yes.
What state?
Yeah. So what state will we be most like? How many states are poorer than us? How many states are richer than us?
I have no idea.
Yeah, this is not a you question.
Talking.
Is there a right answer?
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll give you the answer. Yeah. Have a guess.
So how many are richer than the UK?
Yeah. So it's 50 states.
Yeah.
If we were a state, how rich would we be?
I reckon we are in the lower 25%. I'm saying like a quarter.
That's definitely true.
Is it?
Extremely
this
true.
is
Actually,
hilarious.
so we would actually be the 51st state, the poorest state. Every single American state. We've been overtaken by Mississippi, which was the poorest American state. And there was a survey done for 3,000 British voters were polled, and most British voters thought we would be about 7th. Which is 7th out of 50, whereas we're actually 51.
Oh my god.
So why do you think we're so much poorer than the Americans?
Because everything here is so expensive. So the housing market, for example, the houses you could get in the US versus a house in the UK, you're talking like triple the size.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone's money spent on rent, mortgages. It's just so much more expensive here. I also think that the job market, the amount that people get paid for the same jobs in America is significantly more. So it's just not giving people fair opportunities because of the amount of money and tax. Most of people's wages go to tax as well. So the actual take home is very, very limited.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a point of pride in my opinion.
Damn. So if UK was a state, it'll be the 51st in our GDP.
Oh, we haven't even talked about the territories. I bet Puerto Rico's richer.
Damn.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything against the British, by the way.
Yo, me neither. But why you think that is? I mean, there was a time.
Look, for all
where they were seen to be like, the strongest, whatever. Like, what happened?
Okay, I'm gonna say diversity is our strength. We are more creative because there are just so many ways to come at problems. That is my belief. We're a creative bunch.
I don't know. I think I could be wrong. I'm not from England. I would have to talk to Banta since he lives out there. But don't they have a lot of social programs? I mean, we do too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the social programs, basically the socialism doesn't really matter because Norway, Sweden, Denmark, I believe, they're richer than Britain too, if I recall. France, I think, is richer. Germany's. They all have those social programs. I'm not real good with
what is it,
France, but I know.
It has to be something.
Why would you? What? Who cares? To be honest, I guess
saying, like whatever happened to like
moderates are political cucks.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm a political cuck.
Depends on what scale of moderate you are.
I'm a liberalism guy with a capital L. I mean, yeah, this is gonna be muddled, but I get close to what I believe, and it's pretty close. you know. By this time, I'd had a couple Coors Lights. I'm rather loose tongued. Maybe classical liberal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking was
I could,
classical liberal.
yeah, but I'm not on the right, though I don't have a whole lot of problems with center right people, especially now in this Trump era.
Oh, see, I consider most conservatives to be, I guess,
Well,
centrist. Right?
conservatives tend now see, and it's so funny because I've been rereading a lot of this stuff. Somebody like a Roger Scruton, for instance, he's not that far outside, my political, social, cultural sphere. He might be on the edge, but he's not outside of it really. And disagreement is fine. We can disagree on things, but I have sympathy for conservatives. I mean, a lot of people think I'm conservative, and in some ways I am. But, that's my politics.
Yeah.
Interesting. Shit, man. Give me a second.
But one thing I do want to say, and I'm going to sound like a geek when I say this,
Go ahead.
I think people should, not too many people are as into politics as I am, or maybe Josh or Latino. Can I, I'm going to make a joke that about this comment Anton makes. Central right, center right is essentially old school moderate Democrat, like a Sam Nunn Democrat, or Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan and all that stuff. Pretty much 98% correct. 98% is a huge number. But I remember one of my favorite movies is A River Runs Through It. I don't get to fly fish much, but god damn it, I love fishing, and fly fishing is heaven on earth at the right place at the right time. So basically the right tool for the right job, the right fly for the right fish, it can be very technical. Guess all I have to say is a river runs through it, and it's heaven in a way. Extremism, it's like the panic button. You should read about your positions. The people that you admire, you should read about them. You should read what they wrote. Maybe you will agree more with them, or maybe you'll change your mind. People just kind of.
I'm a far right. I'm a far right extremist.
Yeah. Well, if you're the kind of supremacist that I've heard you say you are, I accept what people say they are. Now, see, this is where the conversation gets interesting, in my opinion. Yeah, if he's some sort of supremacist, I equate that with extremist. Maybe I'm, not making the right comparison, but I know I know who Josh is. I've heard him on other channels. I've talked to him once or twice in the Discord. But this is the problem with the supremacists. I equate them with extremists. White people, let me just say this. The reason Thomas Jefferson got to write beautiful words was because he didn't have to plow his own fields. He had slaves doing it. He had time to spend in the cool writing stuff and reading about how to write stuff. That's was the white supremacists are under the impression that white people like Thomas Jefferson, who happens to be one of my, if not my favorite founder, because he was so goddamn complicated, but he wasn't actually that complicated. There are better founders who were a lot less racist, but not much. Look, stop white people. If you get time to study, if your kids don't motherfucking have to change their own goddamn, scrub their toilets, they're going to read books if they're raised right. Sometimes they'll just become slave masters themselves. Stop. White people are sniffing their own asses. Sometimes, not all white people, probably not even the majority of white people, but the ones who are Christian or white supremacists, these people don't understand their own history. It's easy to create a country when you don't have to scrub your own dishes, clean your house, or motherfucking tend your goddamn fields. You don't have to groom your horses. You don't have to shoe your horses. You don't have to maintain your horses because you got, either indentured servants and then eventually slaves to do it all, because the indentured servants are white too. These dumb fucks who want to do the IQ test like Palomino, and I'm going to have to say this, Palomino is one of the dumbest motherfuckers I could possibly imagine on the subject of IQ. Dude actually thinks white people are smarter based on IQ tests. What a dumb fuck. There are African countries who test higher on IQ tests than white Americans do, but why would he know this?
I guess my national heroes probably not what most people would consider to be heroes.
Who are they?
Yeah, Mustache Man would be high on that list.
I assume they're actually inside. They're American and not.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, most of them would actually not be American.
How about Jared Taylor? Let's do a quick litmus test. Jared Taylor?
No.
Okay, well then.
Most of my heroes were based off of tactics, not their stances.
Like a Steve Bannon?
God, Bannon is a little weird to me, and I don't know if I actually trust his position. I think
he was
been doing a little bit of.
He was at least that.
Bannon did a lot of grifting. It's either the case that he did a lot of not grifting like over money, right? But grifting over political clout. Either it's the case that he did a lot of that, or he over the course of his life he did a lot of shifting, which is probably a little bit more accurate to what most people are. Like as people age up, they kind of they go more right, just in the sense of traditionalism.
Well, here's the deal. I think with a person like Bannon, all I ask, even if I disagree with a position, if you can leave me the breadcrumbs to figure out why you have the position, I'll still disagree, but I'll admire you for at least being able to articulate why you think
that you'll never get out of people. Most people won't ever tell you the goal. let alone why they want that goal.
Well, do you think they know, or do you think they're that shy about it? Like you and your heroes, for instance?
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't think that ever really comes out. Fuck. When it comes to traditionalism, it really requires you to have some type of intimate knowledge with your own, let's just say, generational ancestors. Let's just say go back 2 or 3, right? Fudge, that one is difficult. I don't think most people generationally left enough like journals behind for them to be able to follow that. I think we rely heavily on rumors.
And we shouldn't, because there are, it's in writing out there somewhere. But let me just mark a difference between us. I tend not to care that much about the past. I'm one of these people who thinks every generation pops out of, who's the was it Athena or Aphrodite that popped out of Zeus's head? Every generation should. I'm almost Jeffersonian in the way with that blood of patriots, that quote. Sometimes you have to shed the old and come up with something new. And I think people tend to be afraid or comfortable, which, it's human nature. Like my father, for instance, he's in his 80s now. And he has been working on, a family genealogy. And he's come up with some fascinating things, but I'm not that interested in it. It'll be interesting, in the abstract, but other than, hey, this is interesting, it doesn't have any bearing on my life now. My immediate parents, and maybe you could argue my grandparents, had impact on the life I live. But
yes,
my great grandfather has no bearing on how I live my life now.
Yeah. That's because society has changed like fundamentally from like what your great grandparents would be. I would probably argue probably from your grandparents too. Yeah. So I mean that just kind of is how it is. But I kind of like the regression. I like the regret.
I also want to say that, I didn't become that interested in history to the degree to talk about it a lot. Probably post, probably in my 50s. Luckily, I'd done some of the foundational work back in high school. Oftentimes I was forced to, or I was just generally interested. A lot of the work I did in my 30s too, just reading on my own. But it's, I think the older you get, you actually do start asking, how did I get here? It's a weird phenomenon. Not everyone does, but the old people who think, who actually know how to think, do those questions. And honestly, I think one of the requirements for being, say, an Elon Musk is to not think. You take your ketamine and be aggressive.
Simply because I like the more staunch rules. I don't think we'll ever get back in that direction unless there's some drastic.
Well, do you ever? I mean, give me an example of a rule back then that you liked.
Oh yeah, roll back 1918 voter rights.
Even if it's a
1918 voter rights, going back to like stakeholder voting. That would be was the women's vote in 1919 or 1920? I can't remember. I thought it was the early 20s. And it kind of like it's kind of like a misnomer. We didn't really get, I'll say we, like the general populace didn't get the right to vote till 1918 anyways. Prior to that, it was like landowners, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would love to roll back to that. to do something
Well,
like
that's
that. Christian nationalists would have to go off the chain and just go revolutionary. It ain't close to that yet.
yeah, and it's you're not gonna take away rights like the right to vote. If you qualify for it, you're not taking that right back.
Oh,
That genie's out of the bottle. Now,
Yeah,
this is the interesting thing. I tend
agree.
to abhor extremes on the left and the right. If you have to resort to violence or a coup or something like that to impose your beliefs on people who don't agree with you, that to me is abhorrent.
Well, let me ask this one: pro Civil War or anti Civil War? Because that would have
I
been
don't
violence.
even I don't understand how can you be pro or anti something that's a historical fact.
Well, yeah, it did happen, right? But like if you
Correct.
were the guy in charge that could snap your fingers and make it go one way or the other, would you go for the Civil War or go against the Civil War?
I wouldn't have fired at Fort Sumter.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
I mean, why?
I guess I don't. Well, at least you're consistent, right?
Well, what do you think? I mean, don't be
Well,
shy. I think it's, let me put it to you this way. Sometimes I'm consistent in my stupidity, but look, one of the things, and it'll never happen, you hear about unified theories. I'm trying to find a unified theory of my worldview or my life or how I conduct my life. It's a weird thing to reach for. I'll never get it. Maybe on my deathbed, I will go, oh, that was the unified theory. But you got to be consistent. You got to do the hard work to define your life. One of the more important things you do when you're raising children is be consistent. A predictable parent, sometimes it's for the worst. I can think of times when my parents' consistency worked to my advantage. Kids will figure out your consistency, by the way. So a modicum, a little peppering of being spontaneous can work. But kids need predictability. Your life needs predictability. It won't always be, but thinking outside the box is not opposed to having or working on a unified theory of a worldview or of your life. And I sound so guru here. No, I don't do crystals, or all that stuff. Civil War is way more complicated than
hell yeah.
people.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
like it
to
is,
realize.
dude. There were so many linchpins. 16 hours here or 16 hours there. I was listening to something last night. And let me help my buddy, my day one friend. And you are absolutely right. Stanley will never get it because I don't have to. Why do I need to get it? I don't have to. I get to create my own hit or it. Brian, the reason I'll never get it is because I don't have to. When I have to, I might, get it, but not now. So thank you for noticing. And dude, I think you're a wonderful person. Like when Lee went into Pennsylvania, it was literally like was it the story I've heard is they got a hold of Lee's field order by accident. Somebody dropped it in a field and some some Union private found it. So was it McClellan? I can't remember who was in charge at the time. Had advanced notice of what Lee was going to do. What if it hadn't been found? I can't be pro. It's hard for me to go pro or con with a historical event.
Well, no, it's basically violence used to impose on, in this case, states, right? So it was the northern states, technically speaking.
I understand, but the way it started was just so almost innocent in a way.
Oh, it was violent at least 60 years prior. I mean, there was.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me help this dumb fuck out. It was Fort Sumter that was fired upon in Charleston Harbor. It's generally agreed that's what triggered it. I'm sorry about the violence inflicted upon the Southern for their states' rights. Motherfucker, they wanted the right to enslave black people. You're never going to get a black man who has historical roots in American history to agree that, fuck, give me the federal government. That's what a lot of these dumb fucking anti-black blacks or MAGA blacks don't understand. I trust the federal government in all its iniquities more than I do states' rights. States' rights are part of the problem. Some of the things that we have with problems we have with abortion and stuff like that, it's because of federalism. Now, there are good things that federalism produces, but dude, stop telling motherfucker, the violence was in preservation of states' rights. They believed, South Carolina believed so much in states' rights that they were just going to say, fuck, fuck the national government. We want to do our own thing. And they got their asses whipped. Yeah, well, dude, Jefferson knew. Oh, and by the way, my version of it is not alternative history. What was going to happen if you go back and
Sure,
wolf by the ears. He knew something was going to have to give. And one of the problems I have with the framers is they kick the can down the road, which it's like endemic in legislatures. They will kick the can down the road as long as they can.
Agreed.
So
yeah, I fundamentally agreed. To be fair, right? Yeah, it's not enough time in a politician's lifetime to be able to do half the shit that they need or want to do, or at least political career lifetime. It's actually asking a lot from a system that wasn't designed that way.
Well, I honestly think that, look, I tend to blame Trump, for instance. I think Trump is a symptom, not he's caused a lot, but he is a symptom. I always put the onus on the voters. You are who you vote for. At least
Agree again.
Agree again.
Yeah, there's no getting around this, right? Like the idea that a mouthy politician got elected, right? That's kind of like out of order from our common status quo, right? Yeah, that's
we said really we want to change. And no, I'm not a Trump fan, but the people who voted for him want to change. And let me tell you something. There's always a silver lining. And I'm not that much of an optimist, but I think we know what we don't want. I think Trump has taught us some things.
Yeah.
I don't like the lack of civility. I'll agree
absolutely.
To that. I just don't know. We open the door to lack of civility. The only thing left is for conflict. I'm pretty sure that's got to be the next step.
What if Marx is right?
In that concept, probably. Which
but I think I was saying this yesterday. I think, Democrats right now don't have a spine. You don't necessarily have to, create a left version of Donald Trump, but I think Trump has exposed some things we didn't know could happen, like with this this $1.776 billion what is it?
Ballroom.
Lawfare, something like that, an anti-lawfare fund, which is just like even the Republicans are going, he did what?
Yeah, I'm not. You're not gonna see. This is the problem. I would like to bash leftists if I could. The problem is once we start getting into the conversation of spending, fuck. I just can't. I can't, because I know what we do on the right generally drives weird taxes up. Sure, we can get a couple tax incentives here and there, right? And then boast about it on the news like it's this thing, right? But it always inevitably comes to a higher cost down the road, right? This is why I said, fuck, I want to bash leftists. I can't when it comes down to spending. Because there's
let me
always
tell you,
slow
that's
roll.
why I don't think I constantly say MAGA is not even remotely conservative. There's some conservative values mixed into it, but it's not a conservative movement.
MAGA, I don't disagree with Venus's assessment of MAGA being a cult. At the end of the day, if you're if you're backing a guy just because you like the guy, fuck off. That's just personality cult.
It's kind of.
I don't give
It's a little
MAGA
nuts
much.
to me.
I've heard a little bit of you and Venus go back and forth. That is an interesting.
I state the same thing, man. I may have voted for the guy. But I don't agree with everything he has done. I can tell you that.
That to be fair, me and Venus go back quite a few years. That's
really?
why.
Interesting.
Yeah, man.
I can tell you that for a fact.
I came across Venus because of Hamp. I actually used to work for Hamp.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I ended up direct interactions with Venus. I don't know why she gets pegged as like strong-willed. I mean, she is, but it's just a different conversation. I guess it's something to learn how to talk to.
I'm gonna tell you honestly, I personally don't have a problem with people like Venus. Strong-willed women don't bother me much. You just, and this is going theoretical here. I'm not talking specifically about Venus, but if you're a young man and you meet a woman you like who has a strong will, just you better up your game and be a bigger man.
Yeah, to be fair, I think most people that go after Venus are kind of like what do they call them? I want to say like red pill, right? Where it's the whole battle of the sexes, and they just want to clash with her
It's black manosphere, red pill sort of thing. Yeah. I occasionally watch. I don't watch Hamp unless he's on Nightish's show. Nightish is reviewing it. I'm not interested in the relationship shows and stuff like that.
I'll be right back.
Venus, I'll listen to 15 minutes just to see where she's going. But that relationship stuff.
You should check out Hamp's on it. He tries, and to be fair, it's not exactly his fault, but he tries to get into the whole I guess the moral stances. It's a hard sales pitch that he's slowly trying to work with it. I've noticed over the last
I'm going to be honest, and please don't be offended. I was raised Catholic, like I'm a cradle Catholic. And I think the one thing
What's a cradle Catholic?
I was born and raised basically I didn't convert.
Okay.
However, I call myself a cultural Catholic.
Okay.
I don't, since I've been an adult, I don't, I'm more Camus. I think the Bible is a great like instructional moral code.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
However, you know, I'm not gonna base like my political views or even cultural views on it. If you are using the Bible as a moral, like a cultural touchstone, yeah, of course I'll listen to you, I will respect you, but you know, it's not you're not gonna sway me.
You're aware I'm an atheist, right?
Well then how can that is interesting. No, I didn't know. I knew you were a
Christian nationalist?
yeah. Is it
Yeah.
a cultural thing?
No, Christian nationalism is a political movement. The problem with it being is like what rule set you want to apply. Ultimately, if Christian nationalism were to, let's say, gain power within the United States, currently they have executive power, or they have a monopoly on most of the executive powers. But that's only because of appointment. Whether it sticks or not, we'll know after Trump's out. But you're looking for like a rule book to apply. Now, this comes down to, I would call it inner fighting amongst the different denominations. I would say that Catholics kind of have I'm thinking that they would have the majority of population within the United States.
Really? No.
Yeah, I hate to say this, right? Like I really and I don't know. See, now I don't know if the numbers are correct, right? Because I don't think there's any way of fact checking it, right? Most people want to say that the Protestants are because of the Bible Belt, right? But generally speaking, if we're talking about the membership that comes within Catholicism, they've got the numbers. Now, keep in mind,
you and I will disagree on that.
Oh, I've got some numbers for it. Now, I just don't know if the numbers are accurate that the Catholics are reporting. Right? There's no way to verify it, put it that way, right? Because you can be like, oh, here. Let's say you signed up as a member of a church within a Catholic church, right? They're going to probably maintain that number for the rest of, life, basically.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Well, I mean, are you saying, hey, people who may convert to another religion will stay on the books of the Catholic?
Yes, I think the Catholics are doing that, but I can't prove that one way or the other.
That's actually plausible.
Yeah, I can't point to
But the thing is that they stay on the Catholic rolls, but they get added to whatever religion they convert to. So that kind of cancels each other out.
Correct. Well, see, now canceling out, right? Now we're going to start adding.
Well, it's a one for one. One here, one on the books here, and then you add one to the next religion's book.
Now add the population growth to it. You have to roll everything back like 10 years to get maybe a. And that's the problem, right? That's why I said I can't prove it one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I can pull up cases, but I don't know. It's like voter fraud, right? I can pull up cases of voter fraud. I can never pull up enough cases to actually say that it's definitive enough to mean anything at the end of the day. But on the books, that's kind of where we're at. Maybe you can get the Protestants up there if they keep fucking better records, right? God, they're horrible at it.
Well, the Mormons
and then
have
Orthodox. They're going that way again. And then, but anyways, the point is once you get to a rule book, like let's just say Christian nationalism dominates, then you have to have this, I'm going to call it inter-Christian conflict, and they're going to have to hammer out which rule set they want to abide by.
Well, and I agree with that. If you've read Patrick Deneen, and I forget the law professor at Harvard's name. So
Christian nationalism isn't the threat isn't from society. The threat is ultimately they have that fight before they gain power. If they have any of that conflict beforehand, they're going to fail. There's just no way. And I don't know how to get them to fucking, I don't know how to get them to hold hands long enough to take power. Because
taking power suggests violence. Or you mean
Yes.
people are going to vote? People are going to vote for it? That's
No,
the
no,
problem.
no.
I don't think
Nobody's
people
gonna.
are going to vote for it.
Nobody's ever going to vote for
Let me
violence.
make a quick point here. Sometimes when you spout an opinion in a YouTube chat or on a panel, people will judge you by your opinions. I judge people on their intellect, on their learning, on their judgment, on a lot of different things, just by their opinions on, the matter at hand. Don't ever think that you don't get judged by what you say. That's why free speech, that's why the First Amendment is rather important, and you have a right to spout nonsense. I'm a very judgmental person, and I've never walked away from that. I make judgments about people's intellect all the time. That's why I don't watch certain shows, or that's why I watch shows sparingly. Don't ever think people don't judge you by what the fuck you say. Stop the silliness. Once you say something, especially on social media, motherfucker, and Shenard is right in this one respect, at least for now. Dude, you say something, you can't tap dance that shit away. Stop saying stupid shit that you will be judged by 20 years down the line. That's why you should never just type shit on YouTube. Might come back to haunt you. People judge you, especially smart people who are judgmental. I'm not saying I'm smart, but I am goddamn judgmental. Don't make there are people in this YouTube streets. And part of the reason I'm not monetized right now is I'm very judgy. Extremely judgy. If I think you're stupid, I'm not afraid to call you stupid or type it in the chat. So, judgment. People are judgmental, especially people who know shit. We're extremely judgmental. Class is a matter of judgment a lot of the time. It's an
Yeah.
extremist position.
Correct. But if they can get power, then the violence just comes inherently. I guess I don't even know if they'll actually. I don't know if they're willing to enact violence on each other to even settle that rule book. Basically, I don't know how far that would go, but no, society is never going to vote for violence. That has rarely ever happened in history. That's usually been coups, which I don't think they ever really voted for it one way or the other. They might have voted and it led up to it, but voting directly for violence, that's really not, that's really rare. But anyways, the rule book.
I don't know if you saw Clarence Thomas's speech at the University of Texas where he's talking about natural rights. The problem is if you believe this current government historically is basically God-given. So how do you justify doing a coup on a government that is based on natural rights, according to Clarence Thomas? Basically it's ordained by God.
Yeah, that's just asserting that it's okay. It's kind of a weird.
Oh, you gotta hear Clarence Thomas's speech. Motherfucker didn't see the speech. Motherfucker doesn't know what natural rights are. Now Josh is still extremely smart, but the other thing you have to understand is that when you're talking to a smart person, sometimes they're probing for weaknesses or lack of knowledge in an area. You think you're leading, but you're being led. It's like a predator being hunted by an apex predator. You gotta listen. You can't talk, you got to listen. And as mouthy as I am on panels, I actually listen to people. That's why I upset people a lot. I listen to what they say and I will probe for your weakness. I've said forever, I love twisting your words, especially if I think you're an idiot. I'm going to twist your words just for the fun of it. If I were weak-minded, he would have inspired me.
Yeah.
He'd drive me back to the church.
No, and here's why. One, Christian nationalism in itself would be fundamentally anti-democracy, which would imply that it's also very anti-republic. Thus, Christian nationalism cannot, in our framework of government, it can't exist. So something's got to give. And the only reason that I'm for Christian nationalism is because of the extreme rule set.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that.
If you're a Christian
Now,
nationalist,
what are
I
you
guess
saying, Chris? Are we going back to a monarchy?
Christian. Oh, so this is where the most popular request for Christian nationalism is a return to monarchy. I oppose that simply because it was a monarchy that took it out in the first place. I mean, that was like the whole Protestant movement came about by fucking King Henry. I'm opposed. I'm opposed to
By the
that
way,
and more
there
for
were
theocracy.
like several King Henrys. I should have pinned him on the.
So give
which King
me
Henry? An
I-
example. No, actually, I'm thinking of King Charles's. A government that I guess Iran didn't technically have a king. They had a supreme ruler there.
Iran is currently a theocracy. Before the I guess the 79 thing, it was a monarchy, and it was very anti-Islamic, and that's probably why they had the coup. It's also why
I
this
agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's a fact that
Islam
the
cannot
Iranian people are
deal
over
with
it.
secularism. Secular and Islamic.
It can't deal with its own it can't deal with its own population simply because like the older generation, they are still very much anti, let's call it the youth movement, right? They're very anti, well, we don't want our kids dressing like, they do in the West. We don't want them doing all of the Western problems, right? And so that's why their government, I lived in Iran for about 2 years. Jesus Christ.
for real?
Yeah, the old people and the young people are very different, right? So when you saw the protests, they were.
This is why this man is actually smart, dude. He's been some places. To visit, of course. Tehran is on my bucket list. Going back to Haifa is on my bucket list. Maybe to the Dales, Yorkshire, in Britain, and Havana. I got 4 places on my bucket list. And they are disparate. They are weirdly, but I've been to Haifa, never been to Iran, but I've been in the Persian Gulf. I've seen Iran in the Straits of Hormuz. So never been there though. I've seen North Africa. There are a couple places. Morocco, I'd love to go. So anyway, Portugal would be. I've been to Spain. Portugal would be cool.
Dominantly, mostly younger, and I'm saying 40 and under.
Like the average age is really young.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How was that like?
What do you mean? How was it like? Iran?
Like, how was
fuck. It depends on what you want. I don't know what to compare it to. So I'm mostly stayed in Iran. I think the farthest out I ever got was allowed to go anywhere. It was Lavasun. Shit. So it's very double-faced.
is a good way of putting it, right? So you've got the whole on street level, it looks one way, behind closed doors, it's
Yes.
very different.
Yes.
But to be able
I
to
have
see,
dreamed. It's on my bucket list. I'll probably never get there. I have always wanted to visit Tehran.
you can't. Well, okay. After all of this shit is over with, you can go in. You actually can. It's just a pain in the ass.
Oh
Expect to
no!
spend-
It's on my bucket list. It's not like an imperative. But I've read. There are a couple, believe this or not, female novelists who grew up in Iran and now live in the U.S. I've read like 3 or 4 or 5 maybe, and they describe pre-1979 Iran. And memory is always gonna gloss over stuff, but it just sounded like a place I wanted to visit.
I think you should go just because there's no way to describe it. Like, it's a thing you have to see for yourself, and it's because again,
Is it like
doesn't-
other Middle Eastern countries, or is it kind of different?
No, and it's not fair because the economy's so different, so they have to basically function differently. So as a result, that functionality is going to have a different impact on the environment, thus onto the culture, thus onto everything. It seems like, but here's an example. So, like, you would think that Islamic country, alcohol, big no, right? But you as a foreigner, if you walk into, let's just say, one of those hookah shops, right?
Really?
They'll give you, there's what they call a double menu. It's you get the different menu, and the different menu has all of the stuff that you're definitely not a cop, right? So we'll advertise the wine, and they've got decent wine. It's mostly all homemade stuff. Couldn't tell you where it comes from. I'm sure somebody around there is making it, right? But this is kind of like the thing that you run into, and you run into it by sheer shock. Like you just, it's random.
Yeah, years and years and years ago, I was in the Persian Gulf when I was in the Navy back in the first Desert Storm. I caught the tail end of it. So I got, at the end of the deployment, I actually spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi, and
I've been to Abu Dhabi.
It was great. I really loved it. I don't know that I'd ever want to like move there, but it was fun to visit. And when you're 23,
well,
everywhere was fun.
I'm a federal employee. I didn't go anywhere based off of I'm a tourist. I just got posted.
Right?
Places.
Yeah.
Really how it works.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you had responsibilities.
Yeah, I would have. My experience just not going to count as a tourist, right? Because it was just a whole different. Why you go a place really has an impact on what you get from that place when you go.
Interesting. That's a good point.
I did like Iran, and I guess how I would describe it, I don't know about the women. I fucking hated most of the women, but the dudes, were mostly, at least the guys my age, were mostly a lot like Americans in that whole like shit talking. For us, we call it shit. For them, it's a kosher. Basically means what's context translate, or its direct translation is called pussy poem. But it's basically like the idea of shit talking.
That is very poetic.
It's hilarious.
Sure. Poetic justice.
They're exactly like us in the concept of shit talking for fun. It was the most cultural, like it was the thing that was just culturally directly like us, like a direct parallel. That actually bridges a lot of the gaps.
Look, when you have deep culture, like a culture that's existed forever, I've never been to Iran, but I can only imagine, Persian culture being compared to an Arab culture. What, they've got a couple thousand years or something. And I don't know the history well enough.
And in Tehran, they're not going to appreciate the comparison to the Arabs.
Oh, no. I'm not comparing. I'm saying they are more advanced.
Oh, well, no. And here's the unfair part about it. So like the Arabs did invade them eventually, right? And so it's had such an impact on them that they're trying to figure out how to like separate themselves from them. But it was so ingrained for so long, I don't think they know how. But it's an internal fight with them.
Interesting. Yeah, you know, that's a really good point. Iran is not a monolith.
No. Yeah, no, it's weird. Like, I don't know. Like I said,
I want to make one point about, I probably should have thought better about, I don't know that I made a comparison, but if you say it in the same sentence, I guess it's a de facto comparison. But the Persians picked up Islam. The Arabs invaded India around Goa, that area. Let's not see, and this is another thing people don't tend to want to think about or either don't realize, but if Persians consider themselves Aryans and make that connection to Europe, then Islam is somewhat a European thing. Dummies connect dots like that. Iran is in the Persian Gulf. It's not that far across the Persian Gulf, from Iran to Arabia. Saudi Arabia, where Islam was pretty much invented, developed, accepted, or whatever you want to call it. People need to think more, and Josh is a thinker, whether he wants to admit it or not, and so is Latino to a certain extent.
I think if anybody that was interested in like learning about cultures, that would be a place to go because it's just so it will bend your mind in ways you just can't imagine.
Interesting. Did you meet any Zoroastrians? I have to ask.
A couple, but I didn't know enough about it, and at the time I was too busy to actually get involved with it too much to try to comprehend too much of anything.
Yeah.
I can give you some. I can give you some Discord connections if you're into wanting to learn any of that stuff.
No, I'm good, but I'm 61, so I have limited time. I need to spend it wisely. But if I can make it to Tehran, I certainly will.
After all of this shit is over with, I probably getting in. So it depends on what structure they have for a government, but prior to this, you actually, as an American, could get in. It was once you were in, your limited options of what you could do. It's more like North Korea. If you went in, right, you had a tour guide. The tour guide's a minder, right? Like it was more closer to that. That's what a U.S. citizen actually could do. You just expect when you get off the plane, you're going to get fingerprinted, right? You're going to go through all this weird bullshit. Right?
Oh shoot, dude! I flew in we flew to my first deployment, and it's a complicated story why we did, but I think it was Bahrain. We went through that airport. Dude, they fucking, I'm like,
what year was that?
1991. So it's been a while. But they literally searched through our bags, like in detail. I'm like, wait, hold it. We're here to save your dumb asses. Why are you going through my bags?
Oh, yeah. Bahrain has been, that's a different place. And the weird, I think their rules change about once a year too. It's just constantly there. That one's weird. And I've never been there, but way too many stories coming out of there.
Yeah.
Consistency and stability are not what the place is known for.
Mm-hmm. Got great
Thank-
vegetables though.
Didn't eat there. Wouldn't know. Persian food was sheep
Oh,
brains. How was that?
dude,
Kachapura?
you know what? I actually subscribe to a couple Persian, Iranian cooking shows. Believe it or not, I'm a weird dude, but mostly
Oh, no?
because the women are beautiful.
Oh,
I think that's actually why I find Persian women so
Oh,
attractive.
yeah, they're gorgeous women, but oh god, yeah, but they're also like
Oh,
1,000 times more materialistic than we are. It's
there's a lady named Beta. She's got a channel.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like she's a valley girl, even though she's Iranian extraction. I don't know if she was born there. I don't think she was. But yeah, hearing her talk, I believe what you're saying about the materialism.
I could maybe it might be, and I'm trying to be a little bit fair here. It could be the case that it's just
But it's a
mostly the
backsheesh culture, just like the Arabs, right?
well, I don't know. See, I don't know what to point it at, right? Also, think about it. If you were, let's just say you were raised up since 1979, right? Their sanctions have been placed onto them, I think, since 80, 81. And so there's always been an economical degrade, right? So it could be the case that the idea of going after materialism is like a survival technique.
Interesting. Good. Yes.
So I want to bash it, right? But there might be some valid justifications for it to exist, and that's probably the thing that
You know, one thing
don't
I
wanna be
do
unfair about
appreciate
it.
about you, you're a deep thinker. I like someone who'll pick a problem apart and look at it, from multiple views.
That came with the job, and that's why this is a problem, right? So you start okay, you walk into the house, right? Gold decorations are actually fairly common within their home. And as I guess the last 10 years, that's slowly declined, right? Like they'll disassemble the gold and they'll take it in and exchange it for like survivability, right? But at the end of the day,
Right.
if you're looking at it from a dating culture, right? Like you want to get married and you want stability, it would seem like you'd go that way. I'm not a deep thinker. I'm just trying to understand why it functions the way it does. And I'd like
Okay,
to
but
believe-
that's deep thinking. You want to know why. You have to pick it apart.
yeah, but I
You
don't
have
think
to
you're ever going to
separate
get
it
to
into
why.
its pieces.
Yeah, I don't think there's a universal why, and I don't think there's ever going to be an answer to it. All I say is,
Right.
or all I can say is, this is what it looks like, and there's different reasons why it could look that way. That's it. That's the best I can get
Well,
to.
I heard you describe science. What science is. Nothing is 100%. So you're deeper than you give yourself credit for.
Doubtful. I just like function. Now, what you can use that function for, that's again beyond me. Which is weird.
But
I
Latino,
don't
we
understand how
have
I can
kind
get
of
mad
taken
about
over,
it.
haven't we? Sorry,
You
Latino.
know, man, my kids just got home from school. Like,
Oh,
you guys
really?
gave me some time, so I'm just here, about to get them some food or something.
Well, you run a good ship here.
No, thank you, man. I'm trying my best, man.
God,
You'll
let's
be
sink it.
successful.
God, let's sink it. Oh no, never mind.
No. I've
That's
known
YouTube for
Latino
you, man. That's
I've known
YouTube for you.
Latino for quite some time. We don't sink ships.
I had to take a break for a little bit because it was too much
No,
going
good for
on.
you. Kid, hey, I wish kids, you gotta savor it. So young kids, they are awesome.
I just got my kid glasses.
Once they
apparently
hit
she's
high school,
blind.
they become a challenge.
My battery's at 1%, so if I disconnect, it's because the phone finally died. I've got it on the charger, but StreamYard's eating it up.
Yeah,
But I got a laptop. I'll jump over to it if we're gonna keep going. But
yeah, I'll keep going. I'll keep going for about an hour.
Cool.
Yeah, man. What you guys think of the Iran conflict and where it's going to end, because quite frankly, this is dragging out too long.
Oh, this was inevitable.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
amazing.
maybe not.
Like, look, like from what I've heard last, right? You know, Fox came and started saying that, you know, oh, China's saying that they were willing to buy oil, and then now we're getting a whole different story where China's like, that's not true.
Oh no!
so you know what I mean? Like,
You know,
so I'm like,
Sin actually brings up an interesting point that I've often thought about. I mean, can you actually have a high responsibility job and do a good job at being a YouTube host? Now, we know how to be a bad YouTube host. I don't have a job and I'm bad at it, but I think that's an excellent point. And then, Sin, I'm going to ask you something odd. Does my microphone need to be turned up? My voice is it's not well, what do you think about my mic level? Even on this show, but on you know, Latino's show too. I have a naturally soft voice. I may have to you know, deal with this low mic stuff. So
Been many countries that have actually ever put their hands on a U.S. Well, there's not many countries that have ever put their hands on a U.S. embassy, and there's even less that have ever actually held U.S. Or let's just say diplomats as hostages. I think there's probably 2 in the entire history of us.
think of Libya and Iran.
Yeah. It's not a thing that we relinquish too well. It never got settled with Iran, and it just kept building on top of it. It was just inevitable blow up. And I'm not even sure that this blow up is. I think this will just get extended out.
Well, let me give you my opinion right quick.
Sure.
I have an article I'll talk about later today on we've lost 40 aircraft in this
that's an
conflict.
equivalent of like what, like 500 something $million?
Yeah, it's been very expensive with no tangibles, to use a reparations argument word. I think Trump is not the best commander in chief we've ever had. I think Pete Hegseth is not the best defense secretary we have. They are mucking it up. You're going to let Iran basically stand us up like a boxing match. That uppercut stands you up.
Basically, it doesn't matter you got rid of the military or not. They still dictating the rules after all that.
He didn't get rid of the military. If look, we don't control the Strait of Hormuz. I've been to the Strait of Hormuz. Literally,
if we did, we wouldn't be in the
Iran has been preparing for this for 25 years. If war was inevitable, yeah, if war was inevitable, Iran knew it better than we did.
A contingency, you know. But like I said, look, if today, let's say, hey, I'm going to end it, and we don't get anything out of it, it was all for naught. And at the end of the day, Trump still looks bad. So this is why this shit is lingering for so long, dude. Because he just doesn't want to be the one to, like, you know what I mean?
Even if it comes out with a satisfactory outcome from our perspective, it's still an L. This shit's been going on for more than 80 days. So look, I think I have so many mixed feelings, but even if we win, we lose.
I mean, who was the president that went into Afghanistan? Like, wasn't that Bush?
Yeah.
Right? What is wrong?
That went on for 20 years. Bush started it, Biden ended it.
I'm
It
kind of confused on
started
this.
great. Okay, Ryan, I don't talk to Ryan about anything other than race because he's not that knowledgeable. Afghanistan was, dude, we went into Afghanistan for Osama bin Laden. Where did we find Osama bin Laden? It wasn't in
Pakistan.
Afghanistan. It was not in Afghanistan. So going there was
Pakistan.
going into Afghanistan wound up being not even the right place to find Osama bin Laden.
Stanley, I'm gonna have to correct you though. We were close because at least it was a stand.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, well, okay. Well,
It was
thank
some
God
type
it
of
wasn't.
stand.
But I'm gonna also say Biden blundered the ending. So it was a blunder at the start. It was a blunder at the, and I don't have a problem with us going into Afghanistan. Okay, let us to
stop.
go into it. You don't know how to make homemade tea? The fuck? Okay, Mariah. Now I've been kind of loosely following in the chat. Like, you mean a pitcher of like iced tea? Please let me know if tea is like code for something else. But homemade tea, dude, you can look that up on the internet. Honestly, I can give you details that you wouldn't even believe I know. Okay, so it's something else. My bad. Sorry. I just saw that and I'm like, you don't know how to make tea. Afghanistan, but it didn't have to last 20 years.
Yeah.
Biden F's it up coming out of it. And so what Ryan's question doesn't even make sense to me.
Can you give me your reason why? Because I'm gonna give you my reason on why I think Biden fucked up. Like, and I only have like
Dude,
only two major
people
concerns.
died getting out of there.
Yeah, that was my
He
thing. At
lost
least like
equipment,
if you
et
were
cetera.
the equipment, okay. Like,
Well, the
that's
equipment, yeah,
debatable.
equipment's not people.
Yeah,
but
right. So,
come
but the
on.
people,
Come
like,
on,
you
it was
should have
not
at least given them a
smooth.
6 months grace period, at least to get their shit situated, so they get the fuck up out of there.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Trump had been talking about it and didn't do it, and I can't remember the exact history of the timeline. Maybe maybe Josh knows better, since he's closer to it. But it was I agree with why we went into Afghanistan. I'm going to stop this here. I want to keep this under 6 hours. I'm at 56. So, I asked the question and no one answered it. CM Latino, and my choice is Latino, because I just prefer that vibe. But CM's fun too, just so I can, abuse abuse a YN. And Chocolate Earth, don't bother responding, Sin. My choice is Latino. So, you know what, Mariah? If you don't know how to make like actual iced tea, which is what I'm talking about, the tea bags and the tea, I see what you're doing here. But I'm talking about actual iced tea in a pitcher that you put in the refrigerator so it's cold on a hot Savannah day. So I'm not going to take you up on that. So let's see who's going to be the arbiter. Mariah, you make the choice because no one else is answering. CM, Latino, or Chocolate Earth? Actually, Mariah, I think you'd like Chocolate Earth's Ladies' Night. No one's gonna answer. Well, then I'll make the choice. No, never do well, not like powdered tea. Dude, Brian, Lipton instant like in a jar, like a glass jar. Never, never, never do that shit. Yuck. McDonald's. Actually, they do. And you want to know why? Because they brew it. If you don't brew your tea, then it's not tea. But they don't make the best tea there, Sam. The best tea is homemade tea. Let me just before, because I am gonna leave this bitch. Because I've had a good time, but I'm kind of tired of hosting, so I'm gonna laze on some other panel. But let me show you something that my brother bought me. Damn it. For my birthday a couple years ago, because my brother has a good sense of humor too. I have to think of the name. And I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to look it up obliquely. So I found that. So my brother bought me this tea some years ago, and it was a good joke. Literary teas. I love the concept. It's boutique, but it's Frederick Douglass has a blend of black tea, and I still have it. I will always drink this tea, and it is quite good. Like I literally, you could. I didn't know before I bought this tea because it's loose tea. You can buy like paper tea bags that you fill yourself. I still haven't gotten around to buying a tea ball, which maybe I'll just add to the Amazon list of a tea ball. So loose tea is so much better than even tea bags, but there are exceptions. Tea bags can be good for iced tea, but like a cup of tea or something like that, like something you pour out of a pot. So anyway, that Frederick Douglass has been a running joke ever since I've grown my nappy hair out. Let's see. I have bags of now herbal tea is pretty good. Quite frankly, Chile. I didn't know you were from Chile. I thought you said something about Mexican. I had no clue you were from Chile. So good for you. T-balls aren't that expensive. I've been remiss. So anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up. Mariah, you are such a treasure. And so are you, most interesting woman in the world. You always add to the show and make me laugh. In a Cam, dude, why are you such a stranger? um who else? All the usual suspects. Brian Nichols, a stalwart. Anton, good to see you. Bobby, a day one. Dirty Dude. I've known him longer than anyone on YouTube. I knew him before I ever even met John Galt. And there are a few. Imperius was here. Good to see you. So I think I'm gonna go to CM and then read a book while I listen to actual relatively smart people on Latinos, but I can't resist the urge to go and just harass Cali Black. Now, with your permission, because I've Mariah, let's go over there. Dude, let me tell you something. I am thoroughly offended by this dumb fuck CM. And let me show you what a little crazy woman accusatory bitch did to me. I think I saved it actually. Let's see. Oh, here is what this half-assed accusatory mad woman did. So this was her take. So let's see here. She literally released this video today. So let's pause it. Let's bring it back here. The lady I was talking to, It's My Time, released this, and the title is Stanley Crossdresser, Now We Understand. The fuck? But bitch couldn't sustain her stupidity for more than a couple seconds in a short.
You are now.
You are now. Now what? Now, interesting things about this. Why two men are white? I wasn't, an enlisted sailor. I never wore a hat like that. And I'm not gay. The bitch is a failure. And I will kick her ass better than she does mine because I'm good at it and she is a neophyte. So never fuck with Stanley. I will find ways to embarrass you online in front of your friends. The message to It's My Time is you want to stand down now, silly woman. There are better women than you. Wait, why is she talking about Hunter Tan rain boots the other day, thankfully? Hunter Tan... You mean like the Paddington color boots? So anyway, I'll go over to CM's first. I am ending this debacle. And I thank everyone for being here. Please make sure if you're listening to this on a replay, subscribe to the channel or hit the like or both. It's always up to you. Let me thank the sponsor of the weekend show, the Saturday short bus, Lupin, and 12th Man. 12th Man's always been a supporter of the show. And then our executive producers who happen to be Lupin and 12th Man. So we end. Be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I don't get diverted by being on some other panel, but I enjoyed the hell out of being on Latino's show. So salute Lupin. See y'all on CM's probably.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of and it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGABlacks, you get a bunch of MAGABlacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGABlacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know